Good morning. I'm Dr. Laverne Lewis, TriMet's board president. Welcome to TriMet's Board of Directors meeting for February 26th here at our lovely new TriMet boardroom. Well, it's still kind of new. It's new for us still to gather here at one main place. We are also live streaming our meeting on YouTube. Most of the board is present at this time. We have one, I believe, just one virtual and one on their way. Thank you for being with us today. We will begin with our public forum this morning with those who are present and have signed up to testify. And I have 3, okay. Members of the public who wish to provide testimony but could not be here may join us virtually after we have heard from those who are here as present and have signed up. For those who are offering testimony, please direct your comments to the TriMet board and make sure that it is transit-related for our transit-related services as opposed to other topics. We also would like to ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes, and you will note that there will be a time indicator to help you comply with the request, and we ask you to respect that time, especially for those that wish to follow you. If you're unable to, if your message is longer than the 3 minutes, you may provide additional comments to us in writing, and TriMet staff can provide you with the email so that you can forward those comments to the board. And also remember that we are on the website, and you may also find our email links there under our beautiful pictures. Okay. At this time, I know I'm cheerful this morning. Yes. Yeah, well, no, it's the tea. Now I will call for testimony 2 at a time up to the table. Our first 2 people that are testifying this morning are, okay, Mr. Anush Afrohar. I saw Mr. Anush, and Dorothy Von, is it Eggers? Eggers, yes, please come forward and have a seat. Good morning. And then just make sure you turn on your mics when you're ready. We'll start with you, Mr. Anish.
Should I turn it on or is it on?
Is it on? She will check for you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Honorable TriMet Board of Director President Dr. Laverne Lewis, and Honorable TriMet General Manager Sam DeSue Jr. TriMet total budget for 2025 is about $1.84 billion. Please make sure that TriMet gets the $170 million federal operating grants by following the new federal guidelines. Please change the job description of a Chief Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access Officer John Gardner in order to be consistent with the new federal guidelines. Please make TriMet hiring practices consistent with the new federal guidelines in order to prevent firing of Executive Kimberly Swell and all of HR staff by the federal government. You and the Honorable Governor Tina Kotek have the option of making a political statement by not following the new federal guidelines and not receiving the $170 million federal operating grants. In either case, Chief of Strategy and Planning Claire Khoury should consider planning option for TriMet with a 2025 budget of $1.84 billion or a 2025 budget of $1.67 billion, just in case the $170 million federal grant are not provided. Please interview me for the TriMet forecasting and budgeting manager position that I applied for last month. I will be evicted on March 15. Please get me a job with TriMet so that I can live with dignity my last few years. You have 12 TriMet executives that get between $300,000 to $500,000 salaries. That is about $1,500 pay for 1 day of work. On October 23, 2024 board meeting, you passed the resolution that gives $50 to each board member per meeting. On today, please pass a resolution so that they can get $1,500 per meeting. Please listen to the advice of Honorable TriMet Board of Directors Vice President Thomas Kim and the Honorable TriMet General Counsel Shelley Devine in terms of criminal negligence. I am here to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your words. Dorothy? Okay.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. President Lewis, board directors, and TriMet managers. My purpose today is for my comments to be part of the public record. After concluding my testimony at the December board meeting, I was greeted by Mr. Tom Mills and Mr. Alan Leto in the hallway on my way out. They explained to me that retaining bus 96 on the I-5 freeway could not be justified, as it is considered a premier, coveted route. The following month, I received an email from Mr. Mills stating there would not be any updates to changing the approved new route for bus 96, and that effective June 2nd, 2025, it will be indeed pulled off the freeway. I challenged him by responding that the board committed to a one-year review of ridership numbers to assess possible changes to the proposed plan. That commitment was made by the board in March of 2024, but Mr. Mills advised me of the decision in January 2025. That was not 1 year. And now we have President Trump's executive order mandating the end of remote/telework for federal employees. Be assured, it is now more important than ever to get an accurate accounting of current ridership numbers. I guarantee you there's going to be an increase to the system as a whole, as well as Line 96. Just think of where those federal facilities are. I can think of 7 that house hundreds of federal employees. The 911 Federal Building, the 905 BPA Building, both on 11th Avenue in Northeast Portland. In downtown Portland, we have the Edith Green Wendell Wyatt Federal Building, multiple floors on the First and Main Building, the Marco Hatfield U.S. Courthouse, the Gus J. Solomon Courthouse, and the Pioneer U.S. Courthouse. These employees will be coming in from all over the city. Furthermore, federal workers are incentivized to use mass transit by receiving a subsidized monthly bus pass. Is there not any accountability to the masses who responded to the survey and attended the open houses objecting to the proposed changes? I still remember the March 24, 2024 board meeting with the woman who appeared virtually, in tears, crying of what the changes would mean for her. And it was heartbreaking. Mr. Mills' last email to me states there is a need for 96 to stay the course with the approved changes so that you may increase access for people with low incomes and several affordable housing developments. I believe TriMet exists to serve all people. I ask you to fulfill your promise and make a decision in April based on the new ridership numbers coming in. Otherwise, are we to assume this has nothing to do with ridership levels? And if that's the case, why were we led to believe there was actually a real opportunity to effect change? I left my contact information, and I wish to continue a dialogue on the numbers I see coming in for March. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Next, we have Doug Allen. Thank you. You can proceed.
Good morning, President Lewis and directors. My name is Doug Allen. I'm Portland Region Vice President of AORTA, Association of Oregon Rail and Transit Advocates, but my comments today are just my own opinion. I want to speak on Resolution 250206 and 250207. First, authorize issuance of payroll tax revenue bonds, and then the second is the 82nd Avenue project. And what I want to say is that there's an old saying from finance directors that one-time money should only go to one-time projects because you can't count on it. But I think there's a companion to that, that continuing money should be reserved for service, not for debt repayment. In the early years, TriMet built the first two light rail lines to Gresham and then on the west side without going into debt against the payroll tax. And then when TriMet was unsuccessful in getting contributions sufficient from our partners in the region and the state to pay for our later projects, we did go into debt, and that debt has been a continuing burden on the payroll tax money, and it has impaired TriMet's ability to provide sufficient service, particularly when we've had downturns, we've had cutbacks in service, then those cutbacks inevitably result in loss of ridership on particular lines where the service has been severely degraded. And then when the economy improves, we haven't been able to restore that service. And in our current situation, I think it would be very foolish for TriMet to go into debt against the payroll tax, because we're very uncertain about what we're going to get from the federal government. We're uncertain as to whether we're going to get an increase in the employee payroll tax from our state government. And I think along with that, we need to reassess what TriMet's commitment will be to the 82nd Avenue Transit project. I assume some of this bonding money will be for a local share for that. And I think there needs to be an objective evaluation of the FX2 line. What have we gotten from it? I've ridden it. It's a wonderful new service, but I think we need to see objectively what's the cost effectiveness of the various components of that project before investing payroll tax money into the capital project on 82nd Avenue and on the other Tualatin Valley Highway and the other projects around the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to those that appeared this morning in person, bringing testimony to the board. It's greatly appreciated. At this time, we'll turn to those that are bringing virtual testimony. Let's see, we have one, Reshma Ahmed.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. So my name is Reshma, and I would like to thank the person who came before me and kind of set the stage for me to talk about what I need to talk about today. I am requesting the board to restart Bus 61 Express services to the Pill Hill. So esteemed members of the board and the members of the public who are present right now, if you don't know what the Pill Hill has, a Pill Hill is a hill in Portland which houses three hospital systems, OHSU, the Veterans, uh, the Veterans VA Hospital, and Shriners Hospital. My name is Reshma, and I'm a nurse that works for the Veterans Hospital System on the Pill Hill. And I had been using Bus 61, the express services, to take me all the way to my hospital system. And the bus was discontinued. No reasons were given. And I think it's been almost a year and a half that the discontinuation had happened. But as you know, with the return to federal workers return to the office orders, executive orders, a lot of federal workers are going to be requiring public transit to go to these hospital systems. And I did a little bit of research to find out how many employees are working at this Pill Hill. So we have about 17,000 employees that work on this place. And even if 5 to 10% of those employees were taking public transportation, that would be about 1,500 employees. And I was able to go on the OHSU website and find out OHSU is, by the way, the largest employers of healthcare workers in this Portland area. And their transit use has gone down significantly from 2019, almost by 60%. And all that is public information that is available to you on their website. But I'm here to really request that TriMet board consider restarting Bus 61 because we need to meet the president's mandate of employees returning to work. Plus, there's not enough parking spots in all these hospital complexes. And the most important thing is you can reduce employee burnout by doing this and restarting Bus 61, because right now other means of conveyance is taking about an hour, but Bus 61 would only take about 30 minutes, at least for me. It started from Beaverton Transit Station and went all the way to Markham Hill, and it was nicely coordinated with the compressed tours and the tours of healthcare workers, like the 8-hour shifts, the 10-hour shifts, the 12-hour shifts. So I am really requesting that this be put on the board and made really urgent so that you can help all the healthcare workers get back to work and reduce burnout, and also be kind to the environment, because we know that congestion will increase on the streets, and we know that people are going to be competing. So it will be environmentally friendly, it'll be friendly to the workers, and it will help our health systems be robust and healthy. That's all I have to say, but thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you very much. Okay. Once again, thank you for those that came before us virtually and in person to testify. Your thoughts, messages to the board are very, very important to us, and we greatly appreciate your time. Okay. With no others? Nope, okay. With no other members of the public signed up to testify at this time, I am closing the public forum. At this time now, we will proceed to our board report section of our business meeting. I will begin by asking Director Graham to present a report from the recent meeting of CAT, which is the Committee on Accessible Transportation. Director Graham.
Good morning, thank you. So the CAT met in February and received a report by the Wayfinding Ad Hoc Committee, which includes the efforts to ensure compliance with Department of Justice requirements for website accessibility. And there's a focus on creating cutting-edge accessible maps that are easier for people who are low vision or blind to access and use. The group is also working on a pilot project using live stream visual interpreters to aid any riders who are low vision or blind. Eileen provided an update on TriMet's lift response to the recent winter weather, which sounds like it went really well. And also updates on the upcoming Transit Day at the Capitol, which CAT will be attending on April 1st to advocate for funding for transportation for older adults and people with disabilities. The group talked about TriMet's stance on the immigration and customs enforcement and affirmed that TriMet Transit does not inquire about anyone's immigration status in compliance with Oregon law. I'm sure that that will come up a little bit later in our discussion today as well. And that if anybody sees anything on TriMet Transit, if it is an emergency, please reach out to 911 or to reach out to TriMet to report the incident and what seems to be happening there. Pat Williams provided a safety and security bi-monthly update and also addressed ICE enforcement and talked about the success of the blue light phones and also the planned expansion for the elevator access control project. And then finally, an overview was provided of the work underway at the Beaverton and Oregon City Transit Centers, talking about timelines, some of the amenities, and some of the reorganizations of the centers. And the CAT will be working with Portland State University's Orientation and Mobility Program to further identify opportunities for riders with different kinds of impairment. And that is it. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Graham. Excellent. Any questions from the board at all for Director Graham's report? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. I'll now ask Director Flowers, welcome. Are you there virtually?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. Sound a little under the weather there.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm hacking a little bit here, but I'm ready to present on the impact meeting from January. We have our February meeting this evening. But in January, a couple important things happened. One, there was a changeover in leadership of impact. So the group voted to affirm new leadership, which was great, but quite procedural and not necessarily directly relevant to our work. I'd say the most important piece was an update on the 2024 urban growth management decision that is now sitting with staff. They're reviewing the decision that Metro Council made at the end of 2024, and the update that we were provided was largely informational, but to my understanding, staff is deliberating how to best implement that decision and carry it out moving forward. There was also an update provided on cooling corridors and their importance as we start to think about our ever-expanding city and the way that people not only move through it, but navigate it on a human level, which was fantastic to see. And those were the only relevant items.
Thank you, Director Flowers. Are there any comments, questions from members of the board? Okay, seeing none, thank you. At this time, I will have our counsel, Shelley Duvall, give the Accountability Committee report.
Thank you. The Accountability Committee had its first meeting of the year on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025, following the January board meeting. All committee members were present in person. We received an annual report on the Ethics Point hotline complaints from committee member Darlene Graham, who is TriMet's Director of Internal Audit. For our new board members, the hotline has been in existence for over a decade, and it provides an internal mechanism for employees to anonymously report suspected fraud, waste, or abuse of agency resources. There's also a mechanism for confidential communication between the reporter and the site administrator, so the reporter can be updated on status and questions, et cetera. So reports that come in are classified in two types. Type 1, which is suspected fraud, waste, or abuse, and Type 2, in some pretty much everything else, such as human resources or safety issues, which are routed to the appropriate department. In sum, there was one Type 1 report in 2024, which was investigated and determined to be substantiated with appropriate action taken, and 14 Type 2 reports, which were routed to the appropriate division for follow-up. We also received a report from Senior Analyst Dan McGuire on TriMet's public records requests for 2024, which set an all-time record high for volume, 834 requests in calendar year 2024, compared to 734 requests in 2023. Of these requests, 46% were general records requests, 20% were related to contracts, 19% were related to litigation and claims, and 6% were media related. In 60% of the records requests, the records were provided. In 17% of the records requests, the requester was non-responsive after being contacted. And in 12% of the records requests, there were no responsive records available. Committee member Dave Whipple, TriMet's manager of digital communications, reviewed statistics about the Transparency and Accountability Center that is available on TriMet.org, and the committee reviewed and discussed various materials posted there to ensure that only timely and relevant information is posted. And our next Accountability Committee meeting is scheduled for September 4th, following the September board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. I do see questions for you, Director Kim.
Thank you, General Counsel Devine. Could you share a little bit about the Type 1 issue and how it was resolved, please?
I will get back to you after
Okay.
that. I don't recall offhand what
Yep.
it was.
Thank
But
you.
yes, I'm happy to share that with you offline.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you for the report. We'll now go to Director Kim to provide an update from our Finance F&A meeting from this morning. Director Kim.
Thank you. We first received a reminder that there will be 3 resolutions coming before the board today on budget transfer, debt management policy, and authorization to issue up to $150 million in payroll tax revenue. We also received a presentation about forthcoming updates to the TriMet Contract Review Board, TCRB rules. The presentation outlined that the TCRB rules and responsibilities. As we know, we, as the TriMet Board of Directors, are the TCRB, and as the TCRB, we can exempt certain solicitations from competition. The updates to the TCRB rules would provide more clarity, add language for certain common exemptions, and also memorialize our current contracting practices. And the proposed updates to the TCRB rules will come before the board in a resolution upcoming March. And lastly, we received a brief preview of the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget figures that will be released next week on March 5 to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim. Are there any questions, comments, feedback for Director Kim? Seeing none? Okay. Oh, yes, one.
Sorry.
Director
Is the board going to
Frisbee.
get an overview of the updated TCRB rules before it comes in resolution form?
Yes, in the form of a meeting packet in a typical fashion, it would be included in that for all of our review.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. Any other questions? Excellent. Okay. Thank you to the board for your time beyond board meetings to attend and bring information from the various committees. The list of board committees are on the website. There are quite a few. And thank you for your time. At this time now, we'll turn to our general manager, DeSue, for his monthly report.
Morning, President Lewis, members of the board. Morning. Our Did he go off? Okay. Thank you for all being here. In my report this morning, I will provide timely information on a couple of things. One, we're going to talk about our January ridership. We're going to talk about our spring service improvements that will take effect this weekend. We're going to talk about our new monthly operations analysis, along with the monthly safety and security update that we will be given. We'll also highlight the work that we're doing with the Portland Opportunities Industrialization Center that's known as POIC. And as we wrap up Black History Month, I'll share some special performances that we had with We Ride with Rosa by students of the Portland's Rosa Parks School. And then we're going to recognize the bravery and composure of one of our bus operators and other employees during a frightening ordeal that played out on the streets of Old Town, Portland. And then I'll wrap up with my report with a quick note about next year's budget. So let's start with ridership. TriMet provided more than 5.2 million rides in January. Our system-wide ridership was up 4.2% over the same time last year. And that adds an additional 50,000 weekly rides that took place. The January 2025 increases were led by our rail system. MAX trips for the month were up 38.5%, and our West trips rose nearly 28% over the prior year. So it's really worth noting that service on both rail systems remains lower than it was before the pandemic. So turning to the upcoming service period that's coming up in the spring. So we're implementing our next package of Forward Together service improvements this Sunday, March 2nd. Forward Together is about increasing ridership and really improving conditions for people who have low and no incomes. So we're making bus service better on our Line 6. We're making a route change to offer some service to more employers, including Amazon. We're also making some changes in Washington County and adjusting the Line 47 to provide new service to Intel's Runler Acres campus. And then we're increasing service so that buses arrive more frequent and more often on a half a dozen lines. One of those lines is our Line 72, which is our highest ridership line, which services the 82nd Avenue. We're increasing weekend service there to support riders who have experienced crowding on buses in areas where people are accessing a food bank, and other schedules will be adjusted to keep buses on time. We remind riders to go to TriMet.org to plan their trip on these improvements that's going to go into service on March 2nd. At last month's meeting, the board receives the first of a monthly operations performance report. And as we dial into that report, we're referring to it now as we move forward as the monthly operations analysis, which will also be paired with a safety report that will be provided, a safety and security report that will be provided to the board. So Director of Transit System Support Services, Les Spittler, is here with us to join us, and he's going to give us an update on the data from the operations analysis from December of 2024.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. Good morning, President Lewis, members of the board. I'm here to review the highlights and exceptions for our monthly operations analysis for December 24. You have a copy in your packet, and I'll point out highlights and exceptions, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Significant ridership stats are reported and discussed in the first pages of the document, where you see narratives and graphs. At the back, there is a summary page. That's all it is, a one-stop shopping, so to speak, for all of our operational key performance metrics. It includes everything in the report as well as a few other items, all on one page. I'll begin with the ridership summary. For this reporting period and going forward, the ridership numbers reflect the corrected counts after the identification of double counting on some MAX rides, as discussed at your January board retreat. There was a question last month about ridership from December 2024 compared with December 2023. Bless you. In 2024, both winter holidays fell midweek on a Wednesday. which means that commuters who wanted to combine those holidays with a weekend or some days off would have to take off more days to accomplish that than if the holidays landed at the end of the week or the beginning of the week or even on a weekend. Softer monthly ridership for December when both holidays fell midweek is typical. It just doesn't happen every year. Basically, this means that December had lower commuter travel demand than in 2023, and our peer agencies saw the exact same thing. On the bus page, page 4 of the analysis, there are so many good things to say about bus. Bus is meeting or exceeding all targets with the exception of mean distance between failures, which is almost to target. This is impressive given our numbers of trained mechanics in bus maintenance has not yet reached full staffing levels. On the max page, we are meeting or exceeding all targets with the exception of on-time performance. As discussed previously, our Executive Director of Transportation, Inessa Vitko, will be presenting to you on this topic in the near future at a board strategy session or some sort of other retreat. One important improvement to note on MAX is that on-time pullout was generally above target during the last quarter. This is one of your metrics on the last summary page. This has been a focus area for our rail operations and has certainly made some improvements. For our accessible transportation page, everything looks great. There's nothing to really highlight this month. Eileen and her team are continuing to ensure exemplary service is provided to all of our customers. Similarly, with Wes, everything looks great. Nothing to discuss. As usual, they have excellent statistics. Okay, the last slide again is your one-stop shop for all of our key performance metrics. Each quadrant represents each of our modes and includes metrics for each of the previous 12 months, so January 24 through December 24. This concludes my overview for you today. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. I see a question from Director Frisbee.
Thank you, Les. This is really fun. It's exciting to get this every month. I was pleasantly surprised, I think, to see Max, I don't want to say carrying the ridership growth for the month, but I feel like typically the bus system has played a larger role in our ridership growth over the last year and a half. Any insight into why, or am I totally off base, or thoughts?
You are correct that bus is typically about 2/3 of our ridership. I'm not entirely sure why Max carried more ridership in December. That's something that we can look into and get back to, but it's definitely a positive thing, so hopefully that continues.
Thank you. It might be the new Max trains, hopefully. We love the new trains. Nice. Any?
For type 6.
Yes. Is that it? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Les.
Okay.
President, I was going to say to, and Board Member Frisbee, I was too perplexed because bus is the workhorse of ridership. So we'll do a deep dive and look into that, and we'll get back and give you some information on that. Next, I'd like to bring up Safety and Security Andrew Wilson. He had some updates related to our safety and security efforts, and also he's led and he's going to highlight our partnership with the Portland Opportunities Industrialization Center that's known as POIC. So Andrew, I'll just turn it over to you.
Yeah, good morning, Board President Lewis and TriMet Board of Directors. Great to be with you again this morning. I know I gave you quite a lot of information last month, but I wanted to give you kind of some quick updates on some key measures that we're tracking right now. You know, Director Frisbee, I do think that the MAX security system is improving. I can't take full credit there, but we are seeing some good things happening on MAX, and that does bear itself out in some of these metrics as well. A lot more fare enforcement and code enforcement occurring, as you can see. The warnings are coming down a little bit, and the citations are going up. That's by design. But, you know, one of the things I'm most proud of with these statistics is we continue to get good feedback from the public that this is fair, unbiased, and very humane treatment of riders. I'm really proud of this professional team that's out there doing this work, and I think I've told you last time, I've been out there several times with them. It's very difficult work, but they do a very good job to keep themselves and others safe as they go through the process of ensuring people are paying their fair share for our system. So You'll see these continue to come up as we kind of kick off some new initiatives related to fair and code enforcement over the next year, but just wanted to give you that quick update. Next slide, please. So we're still tracking the decline of reports of smoke and fumes on bus as well as on rail. I actually anticipated a pretty sharp uptick in January. I kind of predicted that given all the media that we did about Senate Bill 1553. I thought people might report more. I'm actually kind of pleased that we did not see that large of an uptick. You'll see, but on bus, and if you go to the next slide, you can see rail as well. But we've continued to have a very significant decline over a number of years. You know, what's not on these slides is 21 and 22 because we weren't tracking that the same way. And I'll just say that those numbers, I think, were even higher then. So people are seeing a more normal situation, at least in regard to this metric out there, which I think is good for our ridership. And next slide, please. Right now, we're undergoing the OmniGo transition actually in January. That's that security software to track all the group's efforts out there. So February will be our baseline for that going forward because it will all be baked in with the metrics that we want to kind of have that baseline analysis on going forward. But this is January where there was some data migration, but these are solid numbers and I think show again the efforts of the team that are out there. We have 59 out there currently, but 16 in training. So it's a constant kind of movement of personnel out there, but you know, this team does incredible work for us, and I think it bears itself out in these numbers. And I'll add just real briefly on these numbers, as we see people over and over again, sometimes those same people are not you know, listed as education because we've talked to them before. If you see the SRT, they'll say hi. They may even know a name, but they don't chart that as an education because they've already talked to them. And so these numbers are not necessarily as high sometimes as they are in prior months related to that effort. So, but still doing excellent work out there. This is a really phenomenal team. So that's all for metrics. I do want to leave some time for some very, very special guests that are here with us today, and they have some great, I think, community partnership information to share with you. But before we do that, any questions on the slides I just presented?
Seeing no questions, I do have a question. Going forward on the slide that's up now, can we have a running for each month on the total contacts, the ones that you are connecting with? That would give, because I know we have had it in the past, but it disappears, and so there's no reference to that of a nice ebb or flow, more contacts in the winter, less in the summer, or how that information. So it would be helpful to have a bar graph or something for contacts.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll take that down and we'll have that next month for sure, Dr. Lewis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, so I'd like to transition right now. We're going to bring up Roy and Haig, who work with the POIC. I think they're coming up now. I'm also going to bring up our Director of Security, Pat Williams, who works with our security teams alongside Roy and Haig. So I'll ask Pat to come up, and I'm going to sit in the back for a little bit. You're going to listen to some other awesome partners. Before I leave, I'll just say Roy and Haig work with Joe, obviously, at POIC, and POIC has been doing incredible work in our community for almost 50 years, relating to connecting disadvantaged youth with good-paying jobs and ensuring good education. And this community safety worker program that they have developed, we really are excited about bringing that into the fold. So I'll leave with that. I'm going to have Pat come up.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for allowing us this morning to come speak about our program and our partnership with TriMet. My name is Roy Moore. I am the co-director of the community care team, along with my colleague here. I'll let him introduce himself.
Slide over here. Haig Brown with community director.
Yes, we're going to talk about our partnership and the programs that we provide on the transit system. So can we go to the first slide, please? Who we are. Portland Opportunity Industrialization Center, as Andrew eloquently said, we've been around for over 50 years serving our community. And POIC is a part of a national organization, the OIC of America, and we primarily do 4 things. Workforce development, which I'll talk about, our community safety worker model and some of our initiatives. Public safety, Haig and I oversee this. We have 32 credible messengers, which I'll speak about throughout the community, working with those impacted by gun violence. Education. We have 5 campuses spread out the metro area and in the city of Gresham, working with kids who have been displaced, kids who have been forgot about. Those are the ones we want in our schools. And then family and wellness, and we do that through our strategic partners with the hospitals and some of our other initiatives. We hire credible messengers. Credible messengers are people with lived experience who come from a lifestyle, have changed their lives, and have the credibility to build relationships with that population. It's vital to the work that we do, and it's vital to the partnership that we have with you all. Next slide, please. So through this partnership and all the strategies I just named, we hope to accomplish creating a safer experience on TriMet, utilizing these strategies in the people we hire. We want to implement our community safety worker model, which I'll talk a little bit more about, and then collaborating with TriMet to have a safer transit system, but also working with the response team. Next slide, please. What this looks like. We want trusted community members on the transit system, building relationships with this population, and then connecting them to the resources that we have with POIC. When we talk about credible messengers, we're talking about people from the community who looks like our community, once again, who have an understanding of the nuances that people are facing in our community. So if they're on the MAX line, if they're on the transit center, at the transit line, we have our workers placed strategically to address the needs of that population, but also, once again, to build the relationships so they can learn the inner workings of what's happening, whether it's violence, whether it's behavior, whether it's drug activity. We want to utilize all of our resources to address that. Once again, credible messengers, you'll hear this a lot because it's the meat and potatoes of what we do. Next slide. Community safety worker model. Through the vision and the creativity of our president and CEO, Joe McFerrin, we recognize that credible messengers are often exploited because of their passion to give back. So what we wanted to do was professionalize the work. So what we did, we created the community safety worker model in collaboration with PSU. This will be a state-recognized accreditation to not only bring professionalism and credibility to the work, but livable wages. We want to create a career path that people typically have not looked at or not have been given an opportunity. And a part of that curriculum will be specifically working on the transit system to address homelessness, mental health therapy, but also substance abuse.
Thought I was going to be quiet? No. This is where I jump in. As far as the credible messengers, what you have in front of you right now are 2 credible messengers. Roy has been shot, sat in a hospital bed, and not knowing where his life was going. Me, I sat in a jail cell trying to figure out what my life was going to look like when I finished. When we got out and started getting our lives together, who would have thought that the 2 of us would be sitting here talking to you and be directors of our program and watching our program grow from 7, well, when I started with the POIC, they only had 1 gang outreach worker. Right now, fully staffed, we will have 48 staff members that are a majority credible messengers. So now they can see our story and what we've gone through. We had a rough time as co-directors, so it's what we've worked through, and we're teaching our staff as well. This is my only time to do this. He does all that stuff. So we just want to, let you guys know and let you know how impactful it is for us and how important it is, because we are credible messengers from our community. Born and raised here, did our dirt in the community, and now we're working to make sure our community is safe for us. We have kids, we have grandkids, and we need that change. We've watched the spike, and now it's time for us to put our boots on the ground and put nice, credible people who people kind of threw away and said, you're not ready for this type of work, and have them move on to other jobs. We've had people that are at the city and people that are at the county and hopefully soon at TriMet as well. So that's what the goal is, to change the culture of our community to not the people that we're looking up to driving nice cars are the drug dealers and that type of stuff, but they're the hard workers, the people that have gone through something and made changes.
Thank you for that, Hike. As you can see, there's power in that testimony, and we want to enrich that and empower that. So what that looks like is working with the safety measures that are already in place for us to build those relationships, to work one-on-one with individuals that we come in contact with on the lines, create a case management, 18-month intensive case management program, Once they build, they sign onto a caseload, then they build life safety plans, and we want to connect them to the resources that we have, whether it's our pre-apprenticeship program, whether it's working with credible messengers, or whether it's getting them educational or employment support. That is our goal, in conjunction with what you guys are already doing on the transit line. We think this can enrich our community, but also provide more opportunity in a holistic approach. Next slide, please. Our peer-to-peer program is a new approach that we're starting. They will work closely with our TriMet outreach because these are credible messengers who have experienced houselessness. These are people who have struggled from substance abuse and have that lived experience to specifically work with this population. So we will utilize these peer mentors to be the mentors that receive the referrals from our transit line. And so we're happy to have this initiative. This is brand new to our world. We have a brand new office downtown that we're providing this service out of. So in conjunction with our TriMet outreach workers, we'll have a robust referral system to really focused intervention for the population that we serve on the transit line.
And one thing to add, I just received a text message that our TriMet people right now are out with the pilot program, working with the homeless right now, learning how to talk to them and engage with them as well.
And once again, all this will be cutting-edge curriculum in our community safety worker model. And so as we move towards the future with this, we hope to expand this to not only our program, but create a national model that can be duplicated across the nation. Next slide. So in conclusion, we want to continue to collaborate with our TriMet partnership, offer assistance and resources to our community members in need, and advance how people organize around community safety. And we believe that's possible not only through the work that we're doing, but through our partnership with you all. So thank you for your time, and we will leave some moments for question if there is any.
Anything, Pat?
Well, thank you very much.
Hard to follow?
That is hard to follow.
Yes.
I think I can just summarize this in 4 very brief points. These 2 gentlemen right here, I think, are a true example of people who underpromise and overdeliver. The amount of lives that they've touched in this community is unbelievable. This is a connectivity that I think TriMet has never had before with our community with some of the challenges. And so I'm really proud. I want to thank Sam, the general manager and COO, and our executive director, Andrew, for the opportunity to venture down this path. We host a weekly meeting, a security meeting with all of our staff, and they have been integrated into this meeting. And one of the things that we talk about is hotspots and how can we touch people that we never touched before in a way that we didn't know how to touch. And so this is really a great opportunity. And I'll leave it with this. I think in 5 years from now, APTA is going to have a standard that is going to use this as a model. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And I just want to say to the both of you, I've been waiting 4 months to have you here. I have been pushing and pushing. When are they coming? When are they going to present? But I think beyond the boots on the ground that you mentioned earlier, I think and I see and I feel there is love on the ground and there is your passion on the ground. Thank you for all 3. And I'll open it up to comments from the board.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Excellent. I got excited just hearing your stories, and very exciting. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathy, and then Erin.
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation and for being here. I just really want to appreciate, again, just your passion and also just your straightforwardness of saying, like, you know, community messengers are important, right? And that in a lot of ways, you all are creating better avenues, better ways of thinking about the system, but also creating systems that are more inclusive and that, you know, involves folks who look like you and folks who represent, right? Those in our communities that are being impacted by various systems. So I appreciate you for bringing forward. I appreciate our team for being collaborative and creative with the ways that we deal with violence in our community and poverty and so many of these things. And so I guess my question for you all is, where do you see this growing and going in terms of this partnership? I know kind of building that workforce pipeline is really important, getting folks good wages, right, like that they can live in, like this great city is also really important. So just curious, where do you kind of see your vision growing and this partnership moving forward with TriMet?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we need safety around the board, and I just want a more robust safety system just in the city. So as I look out on the lines, on the MAX line, and I see those colorful jackets, and I know that they represent TriMet safety, I would love to see credible messengers recognized in the same way, whether it's POIC branding, but them being on the line recognized so much that our community not only knows, but law enforcement, and then our community members. We're talking about businesses understand that we're on there to provide safety measures, not only in the community, but on the MAX line. She spoke about the nurses that travel the bus that's no longer there. I want them to know that when they are on the bus, they're protected by community safety workers. So that's my vision and hope.
And I think, like you said, it's that pipeline of creating it for our community, for them to go to TriMet, them to go wherever, but also, like I said, the safety of it and knowing that, we can build that. And like you said, you have those credible messengers on there that can meet the people and they have that relatable skill and actually can talk to them at their level, where somebody being sometimes condescending. It's like, oh, I know how you feel. No, you really don't. So making sure that you have people that can actually relate to them. Let's say build this to where we have more staff to do this with and affect more people and have an impact that, shows the ridership's going up because of the safety that they're feeling on the MAX or on the bus lines.
Imagine a world where a person in crisis looks at the transit line or the transit system as a place to go for help. Imagine that. Like, we can get there. And so I think through initiatives like this, we're one step closer.
Thank you. Director Graham?
Thank you so much. It's so inspiring, and I love to hear the vision, and I also love the collaboration with PSU and the professionalization of the workforce and that opportunity for people going forward. And so I had one thought and one question. My thought was, we should talk about this more. I mean, this is truly inspiring. This is, the work that you're doing is amazing, and I think more people need to know about it. So I'm just thinking about that in terms of the resources that TriMet has to communicate with the public about all the good work in the community, and I feel like this is one of those stories that should be told in a bigger way. And then the other thing that I was reflecting on a little bit, or a question, is, as you think about that bold vision, are there challenges ahead that you see that TriMet can help you with that would help you to overcome those challenges?
I think you've done a good job, and I say that because early on in our meetings with Patrick and his team, one of my first experiences as a teenager was on the trend on TriMet, and I didn't have the fare. I was young, I was scared, and so I think some of the initiatives, the way you guys approach what that looks like in the community, is a huge step in the right direction. But I think just really involving community, understanding what community is going through and having initiatives to address that trauma-informed care, as we talk about, I think could really be beneficial.
And I think that where we started with the original TriMet grant probably about 8 or 9 years ago, 10 years ago, to where it was ran through the city, so the communication wasn't there. But now with Patrick there, we've actually worked together before he was at TriMet when he was with the police. And so just having that relationship and that open line of communication is what's been huge for us moving forward, and being able to come to do this where we didn't have that opportunity because it was passed through the city, the contractor was. So I think this direct contact and communication has been just a vital point of how we're going to grow this whole thing and get the word out to the community.
Okay, thank you, Director Graham. Director Flowers?
Hey, thank you so much, President Lewis. Fellas, sorry I couldn't be there with you in person today, and sorry I'm not on camera. Not feeling the best, but very much lifted in spirits by y'all's presentation. My thought here, and it's more of a comment than it is a question, is that it'd be fantastic for us to think even broader and more ambitiously about what our partnership with POIC looks like, right? And you know, as a lifelong Portlander, also the board member who has the honor of representing Northeast Portland, my ties to this community run deep as well. Joe McFerrin, I call him Coach Joe. He was my third grade basketball coach at the Salvation Army. So, you know, I can't help but dream about a world in which this partnership is rooted in all four pillars of POIC, not just community safety, but education, employment and training, and of course, family and wellness. And would love to hear y'all's thoughts on different ways that we might be able to collaborate even more holistically beyond just the safety element, and of course, the workforce development element of this partnership.
No, it sounds amazing. And where do we start? We can start today. What do I need to do to make that happen? How do we need to get in front of each other, get on the phone, and brain trust this thing? So whatever you need from us, we're more than willing. And it sounds amazing.
Copy that. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Director Flowers. Hopefully, I'm going to put my foot out there and say, hopefully TriMet will rise to meet your expectations in your growth in our community as well as safety and security. Thank you for all that you do, and thank you for collaborating and allowing us to collaborate with you. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you so much, and look forward to the continued partnership with POIC and to the future. I want to transition for a moment. So earlier this month, TriMet and our partners paid tribute to Rosa Parks. For the 5th straight year, we did not collect fares on February 4th, which is Rosa Parks' birthday. She made great strides for Americans, Black Americans, with her brave stand against segregation on board a city bus in Montgomery, Alabama, back in 1955. So for the last 2 years, TriMet has celebrated Rosa Parks Day with students and staff at the North Portland's Rosa Parks School. So this year, we worked with the school and made it a meaningful cultural and education experience for kids. 90% are kids of color that's at the school. They learned about Rosa Parks in the classrooms. They created beautiful artwork to tell her story and really celebrate her legacy during that special assembly that brought friends and family members there to really honor the civil rights icon. I was honored to be there alongside our former board director, Keith Edwards, who championed the Rosa Parks Day at TriMet. President Lewis was there, and Director Flowers and we both spoke as part of the assembly. But the highlight of the event was a special song that was written by Portland-based Grammy-nominated musician Aaron. Oh, so we're echoing. We're good. Aaron Nigel Smith, who performed with the students at Rosa Parks. So I would like to share that with all of you today, and here is We Ride with Rosa. an absolute awesome day, and we were all there and participated and really appreciated the school. First opportunity to really get them involved with Rosa, and was just a great ordeal. So thank you all for being there, and thank the students at Rosa Parks School. Now I want to transition for a moment to really take a moment here with all of you to reflect on an ordeal that unfolded the afternoon of January 29th. And I really want to recognize the bravery of bus operator Mike Perrott, who's here with us, and the actions of the other TriMet employees that happened that day. This is something that's been on my mind, my heart, since this happened here. There was a man that was on the street waving a gun around, pointed at people, and he even fired the weapon during that time frame. We had TriMet employees in that area, and for them and for other bystanders, it was a very frightening situation that had occurred. But then the man boarded one of our buses, and for Operator Perrott, frightening became terrifying in that situation. But his quick actions really gave riders on a bus the opportunity to get to safety. And I thought it was the opportunity to bring him here to the board to present and have us tell that story to you. While we won't have Operator Perrott and others speak today on the direction of our Deputy District Attorney, because this is still an active investigation that's going on, but we felt compelled, I felt compelled as well, to acknowledge the actions of that day and what occurred. So I want to also recognize others that were involved. Our rail operator, David White, our bus dispatcher, Charity Keeney, our rail controller, Nick Van Odenhagen, our bus dispatcher, Carrie Miller, and then another rail controller, Corey Ariano. Bus operations director, Donnie Vercher, he joins us in person today, and also senior director of our Operations Command Center and Rail Operations, Mary Hill, joins us virtually. So Donnie, let's start with you and operators Perrott and White, who are joining us here in the boardroom with you.
All right. Good morning, President Lewis, members of the board, Sam and Shelley. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to recognize the brave actions of our employees on that harrowing day in January. As Sam mentioned, joining us in the room today are bus operator Michael Perrott and rail operator David White, who are sitting right behind me. Operator Perrott was at the wheel of the bus when a man with a gun boarded in Old Town. Then the individual was yelling and behaving erratically. Instead of panicking, Operator Perrott remained calm and opened his rear doors, allowing his passengers to get to safety. What followed was a situation that few people would be able to navigate. With only Operator Perrott and the man remaining on the bus, Operator Perrott worked to de-escalate the situation by bringing the human aspect to the communication. Eventually, Operator Perrott was able to get to a safe location off the bus, and police took the individual into custody. Operator Perrott has been recognized by numbers of riders over the years for his willingness to go above and beyond when it comes to providing a safe and welcoming place on board his bus. Of a different situation in 2020, one of his riders wrote, "The driver did an excellent job of taking a very disruptive, talking a very disruptive passenger off the bus." More recently, multiple riders commented on Operator Perrott's caring and friendly approach. And finally, a rider who was on the bus during the time of the incident wrote a commendation for Operator Perrott that stated, and I quote, "My driver was so brave, he saved my life." I share all this as a testament to Operator Perrott's character, not only that day, but all the time. Mike, thank you for handling this very scary situation with courage, professionalism, and empathy. Now I'll hand it over to Ms. Hill to share a little bit about the great work the rail operator White and our Operation Command Centers team.
Thanks, Donnie. Good morning, members of the board. Sorry. Today I have the honor of recognizing the vigilance and dedication of rail operator David White and our OCC staff. David White is known for his high standard of awareness and commitment to safety. His constant attentiveness and swift action, as demonstrated in this recent situation, is just one example of his deep sense of responsibility, not just to his own duties, but to the well-being of everyone who rides our system. David's ability to remain watchful and proactive is a reminder of how crucial our frontline employees are in keeping our transit system safe and secure. I also want to take a moment to highlight the extraordinary work of our OCC team. Here with me today in our command center are controllers Nick Van Onhagen, Corey Ariano, and dispatcher Carrie Miller. Charity Keeney, who is also an important part of our response, was unable to be with us here today. These are four of the people who played critical parts in the incident Sam and Donnie described. These four folks and the others in the room that you can't see, they're often unseen, but never unnoticed. OCC is the nerve center of TriMet, working tirelessly behind the scenes to coordinate responses, support our frontline staff, and manage high-pressure situations with professionalism and care. Every day, our dispatchers and controllers handle complex and intense challenges, making critical decisions in real time to ensure the safety and efficiency of our system. Their dedication is the backbone of our operations, and we owe them our deepest gratitude. Please join me in commending David White and our OCC team in their unwavering commitment to safety, service, and the community we serve. Again, thank you for the opportunity to shine a light on our deserving team. Sam, I'll hand it back to you.
Well, Mary, thank you. Thank you to the team that's there. I want to thank you and Donnie for sharing this with us this morning. And I want to end by personally sharing my gratitude to all of those that stepped up during this event, especially you, Operator Perot. I want to say to you directly, I know that we have not had an opportunity to sit down, but for many reasons that I will talk to you at a later time about, I want you to know how much I care for you and this organization and that situation. Also, I want to praise you. I want to praise you here with the board, praising you for your quick and professional thinking and the professional empathy that you played that day in that situation on how you dealt with the man. I've watched all of the extremes, all of the tapes and everything. So President Lewis, board members, these extreme incidents are very rare that we deal with this type of situation. And I pledge to you, just as to our operators and our team, that we will continue to work closely with law enforcement and the agency partners to address this criminal activity that we're faced with in our region here. So I would love to take a moment for us to stand and honor Operator Perot and Operator White and all of our OCC staff. And with that, again, thank you all for being here. My final moment this morning with the board is I just want to give you a very quick update on our work to develop the next fiscal year budget as we move forward. In just 2 weeks, we're going to release our fiscal year 2026 proposed budget to you and the public for review and approval. And as you know, we've been operating at a loss with passenger revenue since the COVID-19 hit in March 2020, and we felt the immediate effect as the ridership dropped. So there's a number of events that have affected our ridership. Is the civil unrest in downtown that we've had, climate events that we've had, crime that we've had, a homeless epidemic that has held a tight grip on our city. We have lost ridership, we've lost fare, box revenue, And we've been using a one-time federal stimulus fund to backfill that loss. So you'll know that it's taken considerable resources, staffing and otherwise, to really stabilize the system, to bring crime down, to implement a reimagined service for our changing communities, for us to deliver safe, reliable, and convenient transit that millions depend on each month. So we are very cognizant right now about the physical cliff that looms ahead of us. And we will continue to work on plans to avert that cliff as we move forward. The budget that you will see soon will reflect our work to continue TriMet's fiscal and sustainability. We can't do it all in 1 year, just to let everybody know that, but we're making strides. The proposed budget holds the baseline with no increases, except for those contractual items, such as electricity, things that we know that's an immediate increase. However, there's much work that's still been done. We will bring forth afterwards the adopted budget that will come forward. We will release that later this spring for your consideration. And we're going to reflect on the needs based on several things. One, the staffing levels that's needed, what's really needed, I call them mission critical as we go forward, what our service level needs are. We're going to focus on system and facility repairs or needs, state of good repair. We're going to focus on that system, what capital projects that we need to move forward with. In the last 4 months, I have met with each executive to review their budgets, to discuss staffing levels, mission critical positions, service levels, state of good repair needs, and we are reviewing capital projects right now. We have also updated our financial forecasts, and we've gone through every revenue assumption that's out there, and we've worked with numerous funding scenarios. We understand, like you, all of you that are dealing with about what we're seeing at the federal level right now. And there's a lot of uncertainty that's out there that we're going to be navigating through and working with you as we move forward. We've seen frozen grants. We've seen employees let go at the federal government. We've seen employees let go at the FTA. We are bracing for what funding cuts that may take place with us right now. But in planning for what cuts are coming from federal grants, we're going to be increasing our operating reserves and contingency so that any actions with our federal government and federal funding, we will have time to put all of our plans in place. And we are optimistic, but not resting at all, period. So we are actively preparing for what is ahead. And in the last 2 weeks, I've had every executive leader perform exercises to cut 5% from their division budgets. So I got that in the back pocket. If we get to a point to where we have to make reductions, it's there for us to be able to do that. And as you can imagine, this was not an easy exercise, but we need to be prepared for the unknown that's out there that we're dealing with. We are looking at various scenarios right now because we don't know what the future holds. But what we need to be is absolutely ready and prepared, because we owe it to the riders that ride our system. We owe it to our employees that are here today with us and all 3,500 employees that work for us. And we owe it to this region as we move forward. So in the next 2 weeks, we'll be transmitting to you our budget and releasing it to the public for review. So please know that it's been carefully crafted, and there's more work that we're doing with our finance as we move forward. So with that, President Lewis, that ends my report. And again, I want to go back and say that I'm grateful for all 3,500 employees that work here, that deliver our mission every single day. And I truly stand grateful for every one of our employees, especially the folks that are sitting here in front of you today.
Thank you, General Manager. On behalf of the board, we hear you, and we have work to do. Key words that resonated with me is we are optimistic, but we're not resting. And that's work for all of us to roll up our sleeves as we move forward against the times that are facing us as an agency. At this time, we'll turn to the consent agenda, and then right after the consent agenda, before we go into the resolutions, we'll take at least a 10-minute break. Okay, 10-minute break. I know some of us like, okay, I can see little waves from the back of the room. At this time, I'm going to see if there are any comments for the general manager's report, final words from any of the board. Yes, you certainly may. Please come up. Yes, and will someone help him turn on his mic? Thank you. Take your time.
Just really, while we're talking about all this, I've been here almost 10 years, and we've had a number of annual trainings that kind of poked at de-escalation, but it was all from a customer service standpoint. And most years, I've asked for mental health crisis de-escalation trainings and haven't had any response from it. I've talked to a couple of the folks from the police bureau, and they all said, you did it right, you did a great job, all this stuff. The driver that was in front of me had only been here 2 months, and he was shaking, really having a hard time with it. And we talked about how he wouldn't have known what to do. And it shouldn't fall to just plain chance that one driver is able to handle it and one isn't. We need to have real de-escalation training. What we have isn't good enough. And this isn't a rare occurrence. This was a rare occurrence because of the weapon he used, and that's it. I know way too many other drivers have been put in harm's way for no good reason. But what's especially upsetting is that we haven't been given the tools we need to actually manage these crises. So I can't say that TriMet had anything that they could have done to stop this thing, but there are things TriMet could do to help us cope with it before or during and after. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing those. And as a board, we hear you and we will follow up. Thank you for stepping forward. I know that was hard, but thank you. Director Kim?
Yeah, just to thank you all. A couple comments on GM report. Thank you, Sam. GM sent out a letter to the entire staff recently, and I just wanted to read a couple sentences that really resonated with me. I want to emphasize that a sense of belonging and inclusivity are at the core of who we are and how we show up each and every day. In the next paragraph, and we know that our mission to connect people with valued mobility options that are safe, convenient, reliable, accessible, and welcoming for all is as important as ever. So just wanted to, that really resonated with me, and thank you, Sam, for your leadership, especially in light of all the changes that are coming down the pike from the federal level. So that's my comment one. And comment two is, in connection with the changes at the federal level, especially in the context of a couple testimonies we've heard today, let's really make sure the federal RTO is fully baked into our forecast, and make sure our forward together concept updates are reflected of those forecasts, even if it means a delay in implementation of additional changes to our scheduled plan changes. So thank you, Sam.
Points well taken, and I'll make sure that the federal landscape is baked into everything that we do as we move forward.
Okay, we'll have Director Flowers and then Director Graham.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to briefly circle back to the operator who just spoke and again, thank you for your bravery. Thank you for um, the work that you do on a day-to-day basis. I know that what happened in January, to exactly the words that you used, it was extreme only in the weapon that was used. But of course, you folks on the front lines dealing with um, incidents that are similar on a day-to-day basis. And you're absolutely right that you not just deserve, but have a right to have access to the training and all the resources necessary to not only handle those situations, but to heal, to process, and then also you deserve to have a steadfast and resounding commitment from us as a board to making sure that you and other operators don't have to go through what you went through. So I just wanted to double click on that. I didn't want you to be able to walk out of here today without hearing us as a board really meaningfully commit to seeing that through on this end. We'll do everything in our power to make sure that this is a continued conversation and that it's a robust conversation, not just words we're paying lip service to, but we truly are indebted to you and the work that you and all your colleagues do on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Director Flowers. Well said. Director Graham?
Thank you. The Congress will pass either a continuing resolution or a congressional budget on March 14th. And I wonder about the timing lineup with the budget and the scenarios that you're talking about. And it may be helpful for us to just understand with that additional information that starts to come out with either the continuing resolution or the budget, what is the process that TriMet will use to readdress assumptions that we're making now just because we don't know. So I don't know if there are reforecasting policies for TriMet, or I'm sure there are some other kind of more formalized things, but it would be very helpful, I think, as a board to understand what those are and the timing, because we will know more after March 14th.
Appreciate your comment. I'm going to bring Nancy, our Chief Financial Officer, and Michael Graham, our Director of Budgeting, up to directly answer your questions.
Great, thank you for the question, Director Graham. So when we come to you in March,
Thank you. And what is the Finance Committee's role in participating in that process during that 2 months? I mean, I'm assuming that there are updates that are brought to the Finance Committee. I don't know if that's
there are updates brought to the Finance Committee. Okay, yes, there are updates that are brought to the Finance and Audit Committee, but between now and then, we actually also have a schedule for some board member education sessions, which we will be doing a deeper dive with each of you on those changes.
Okay.
And hear what you have to say as well.
Great, thank you.
And also, we'll be following back up at the end of April. So there's going to be multiple meetings in April with a strategy session. That budget will be on the agenda that we'll talk about as well on that.
Nancy, before you step away, can you make sure the board, in this morning's F&A, we had the dates of, the group that's coming before us in the budget. Can you make sure, because we do have new board members, provide us with all of the dates of when those items are happening?
Yes.
Okay, because I know we know them, but we have members that don't know, and it was part of the meeting this morning, that last page.
We'll send out a calendar to all of the board members
Thank
after the
you.
meeting here today.
Okay. Sam?
Just want to close as I stated. I appreciate Director Flowers' comments to Operator Peralt just a few minutes ago. I want to look Operator Peralt and every operator that's in here in the face as someone that has sat in the seat that you operated. My obligation as a general manager is to make sure that you come to work and go home the same way that you came to work. So you got my commitment that this point that you made on de-escalation will be something that I will be talking both with the COO and also with the Executive Director of Transportation and make this a top priority as we move forward. We've heard you, so we will move forward with that. Just want to reassure you on that.
Thank you. And I'd like to add a last assurance. Ms. Hill said earlier in the video that many of those who work in those seats are unseen but heard. Keep talking. And as one of our favorite authors have said, if we're not hearing you, show up here and pull up a chair to the table and tell us. Okay? Thank you. Okay, let us turn to the consent agenda, then we'll have a short break. Items appearing before the consent agenda are considered routine and may be approved by the board in one blanket motion. This morning, the consent agenda only consists of approving the minutes of our last meeting of January 22nd, 2025. Does any director wish at this time for any item be removed, which is the one that we do need to approve? No, okay. Is there a motion to approve the item contained on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, thank you. There is a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we will take a 10-minute break. I will be here, and we will start 10 minutes. Okay.
Testing.
Okay, we will now move to the resolutions on the general agenda. The first resolution before the board today is Resolution 2502, little mic adjustment there, 02, authorizing a contract modification with Iris Infrared and Intelligent Sensors NA Incorporated for TriMet's lift paratransit vehicles. Mr. General Manager, do you have any comments on this resolution?
Thanks, President Lewis. Members of the board, this resolution will allow for the purchase of additional equipment for TriMet's lift paratransit fleet, including onboard cameras, a network video recorders. The IRIS equipment allows live and look-back views. So I want to say that again, live and look-back views into the lift vehicles, and provides automatic vehicle location services to help ensure lift vehicles are on the correct route and providing appropriate service. TriMet has a sole source contract with IRIS to install the safety and security technology on our recently purchased lift vehicles. We have an opportunity to use available federal grant funding to outfit 60 lift vehicles with this technology that currently do not have it. The expected cost of the requested modification is about $520,000, bringing the total contract amount with IRIS to just over $1.3 million. The proposed expenditure is included in TriMet's FY 2025 adopted budget, and I would note that as the lift vehicles reach the end of their useful lives, the IRIS equipment could be removed and installed in new replacement vehicles. If the modification is approved by the board, the installation would be completed by June 30th of this year. IRIS has 9 employees, of whom 33% are women and 78% are minorities, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 250202?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and second. Does anyone have questions, thoughts, comments from the board? Okay. Director Kellogg.
Thank you. Sam, I'm not sure who I'm supposed to address these questions to, but I wanted to ask about the live and look back cameras. Is that a security issue? Is that why we have those cameras?
It is. That's one of the reasons. It's to be able to look if someone inappropriately touched someone in a vehicle or allegations are made, gives us a range of things that we can actually look at them.
Right, but aren't most of these trips single occupancy?
No. There are some that there's more than one person in the vehicle.
Is that a caregiver, or are we taking 2 different people to 2 different places?
So Eileen, why don't you come on out? That way you give them specifics on it.
Thank you, Director Kellogg. I like how we manifested your tie with my suit, so good thinking today. We utilize the live and look back feature because if we have a complaint that's happening while in the route of service, we have immediate level complaints that we will stop that route in service, move all of the customers off of that vehicle onto a new vehicle, pull the operator. And sometimes those complaints, more often than not, are not substantiated, and that creates real inefficiencies in service. So if we can just pull a live feed from that vehicle, see if the allegation that is, for example, we had an allegation one time that an operator was drinking a beer while he was driving, straight out of a beer can. We could look right into that vehicle and see that not only was he not drinking a beer, he wasn't drinking anything. There was no beverage. But our customers sometimes have mental health challenges where they imagine things that aren't there. So it gives us an opportunity to keep that route running and not have disruptions for all of the customers on board. And we generally, during 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. is our peak point of service, we could have as many as 4 or 5 customers on board at the same time. So we just want to make sure they're all getting to where they need to go safely. And if we do need to pull that operator, we know immediately what's happening.
So is there somebody monitoring this feed, or is it just available on demand?
It's available on demand. And then if we get complaints later, we can always look back at the coverage.
Okay. You may not know the answer to this question, but this is dependent upon grant funds arriving, is that correct?
It's grant funds that we currently have
already have.
that we need to spend by June
It's going
30th.
to be a recurring theme today, I think.
Yes,
But yeah.
yes.
Thank you very much.
And that helps us for so these 60 vehicles are vehicles that are planned to be replaced in the next 2 years. While we have uncertain funding in the next 2 years, this will help us take $6,000 per vehicle off of the cost of those vehicles, so we can buy down the cost of that future spend. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I do have a question. It's kind of similar to Director Kellogg. Long-term maintenance cost. I don't recall it being mentioned. How will we redress that with the IRIS equipment? I'm looking forward to, maintaining that equipment.
So maintenance is built into the cost of service. So it's the team from IRIS will install the equipment. They will come out annually and do inspections. But with the ability to have that live look, we can also monitor the equipment to make sure it's working.
Included.
Right now, in some of our fleet, we have old vehicles that are powered literally by a watch battery that was purchased 14 years ago, and that battery doesn't work anymore. And we only know that it didn't work when we go to try and manually pull a data pack from a vehicle, only to find that we didn't record anything for that incident. So now we'll have the ability to know that they're all recording. In fact, one of the earlier installations from this company led to the apprehension of a gunman at Gateway Fred Meyer when a murder occurred. One of our lift vehicles was in the parking lot when a purse snatcher, I think, started their crime. Our vehicle caught that footage and helped to identify the eventual culprit. So it's proving to be effective on a number of fronts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Seeing none, it has been moved and second, and there are no other questions. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Eileen. The next resolution before the board, 250203, authorizing a contract modification with HMI Organ Dealership, also doing business as Pacific WRO. General Manager, do you have any comments on the resolution?
Thanks, President Lewis, members of the board. This next modification request concerns the purchase of furniture as we expand and update employee workspaces at TriMet facilities. TriMet has used Pacific WRO, let me move the letters around here, for our office furniture needs for more than a decade. Our contract with Pacific WRO is a piggyback contract that we obtained through a national cooperation public sector purchasing organization to achieve more favorable pricing there. In June 2023, the board approved a resolution modifying the contract from about $4.6 million to $6.6 million. The increase was based on the project cost of improvements to accommodate additional personnel at our operations headquarters at Southeast Center Street, at our El Monica and Ruby Junction rail facilities, and here at One Main Place, as well as facilities management and engineering and construction projects. So the resolution authorized with the 2023 resolution have been almost fully utilized. So based on our anticipated office furniture and facility requirements for the next year or so, our space planning staff estimated a modification will accommodate, a modification of about $3 million will accommodate costs of purchasing and installing furniture for additional needs. So if approved, those funds will cover expansion here at One Main Place, new lease space for safety and security staff, expansion projects managed by facilities and other divisions, and satisfy daily operational needs. So with board approval, the total contract amount will increase to $9.6 million through its termination date of December 30th, 2025. So funding is included in our TriMet FY 2025 adopted budget. Taking a look at its workforce for Pacific WRO, they employ 52 people, of which 73% are female and 7.7% are minorities, and I recommend your approval.
Thank you, General Manager. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 250203?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and second. Does anyone have questions or wish to comment before we vote? Okay. Director Kellogg.
Sorry, Sam, just a brief question. So this contract was initiated in 2013 through a national procurement organization. We're now 12 years into it. Is that organization's pricing reassessed on some sort of basis so that we know we're still getting the best deal?
I'm going to phone a friend here.
Understood.
That's a great question. So Carol, why don't you and Jeremy come forward? Just to make sure I get you the correct data.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Of course.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
help.
Thank you.
The contract was reassessed in 2020, so it was originally 2013, and then we did another piggyback in 2020.
Okay. And are there other organizations out there that do the same sort of consolidated purchasing that we looked at?
What we did, yes, there are, and what we did is we looked again to see whether we should go out and do an RFP or whether there was an appropriate piggyback. And we found that their pricing again was competitive, and so working with procurement, we went ahead and did the piggyback again with Pacific WRO.
That's what we're doing again today.
What we're doing today is we still have 1 year left on that piggyback, and so we're adding funds for that last year to cover our projects through December 30th.
Right. $3 million, is that right?
Yes,
That's a lot
just
of
under.
furniture.
Yes,
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
thank you.
I do have a question. So is there the contract does expire in December 30th, and we've had 2 or 3 additions to that. Is there any plan between now and then to avoid, is there anything else that we anticipate? Is there a plan to avoid additional returning to us on this contract before it expires?
Before it expires on December 30th. We believe that we've captured everything that we'll need before it expires December 30th. So
We are done.
we think we've captured all that we'll need. So we do go, even though it's managed within facilities management, we go throughout TriMet and capture the folks within different divisions who will be tapping into this authority. And so we're capturing all the groups that would be needing to use it.
Okay, because that wasn't clear. So it's everyone and we are done.
Yes?
Yes, okay, thank you. Director Frisbee?
Not to belabor the point, I think we're all just looking at a contract that started at $950,000 and now it's worth $10 million. Which, as a public sector person. It's blue. As a public sector person, I've never written a contract that I can't extend, so I support, makes your life easier. But I would just say, I would hope that
before we increase the amount of this contract significantly again in the future, we would, to Director Kellogg's point, take a moment to make sure we're still getting the most competitive deal.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Director Frisbee. Seeing no other comments? Okay, all in favor for this resolution, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. I lost my place. Okay, I did lose my place there. The next resolution before the board is Resolution 250204. Oh, thank you, it's up there. Authorizing the transfer of appropriated funds within the 24-25 budget. General Manager, do you have any comments on this resolution?
Thanks, President Lewis, members of the board. This is a routine matter consistent with what we do every year. So we use funds that are available for needs right now and that are available in other divisions or departments. While a budget is based on the best information that we have at that time, when it's adopted, actual revenues and expenses cannot be known at that time. So this internal transfer of funds are necessary during the fiscal year to match the needs of the agency. So, and that's what we're doing here today with this resolution as required by the Oregon budget law. So the resolution will approve the transfer of more than $10.2 million in funds, specifically $9.5 million in appropriated general funds from TriMet Safety and Security Division and Finance and Administrative Services Division, and more than $719,000 in appropriated STIF funds from Engineering and Construction Division will go to other needs. So the transfer includes $7.25 million in general funds going to maintenance for parts, for buses, for bags, trains, to really purchase the needed maintenance vehicles. Also, $1 million in general funds transferred to IT for speeding up the purchase of replacement components for state of good repair projects. $750,000 in general funds will go to support the increased demand for bus operator and CDL training programs conducted by Transit Asset and System Support Division. And then $500,000 will go to debt service program. And then the STIF funding will be transferred to public affairs for the digital displays that you see at our stops out there, and then ADA text-to-speak devices to deliver real-time information to riders. So these transfers are internal reallocations of budgeted funds and will not impact TriMet's overall FY 2025 adopted budget. However, if these transfers are not made, we will not be able to fund the critical needs and initiatives stated, and also would exceed the budget appropriations for debt service, which would violate Oregon's budget law. So your approval is recommended.
Thank you, General Manager. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 250204?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have first, it's moved and it's been second. Does anyone have questions or wish to comment before we vote? Director Kellogg, and then Director Frisbee, and then Director Lewis. Okay.
Thank you. One of the items, and I think it's the smallest one, $500,000 for arbitrage rebate, and this is going to come up in our next item as well. Can you help me, understand you take tax-exempt bond proceeds, invest them somewhere else in a taxable market, do you have to pay 100% of that interest to the IRS? Is that the way that works?
Yeah, so the way it works is that when you take out bonds,
Yep.
we have different series, and we might be paying the bondholder 3%. But we've invested those proceeds while we're waiting to use them on a capital project, and let's just say that we're earning 10%. Well, the IRS says, look, if you don't get those funds spent within a specified period of time, and you're just accumulating funds over here, we want the difference back. So it would be the difference between 10% and the coupon rate that we're paying. So in this scenario, it would be 3%, so we'd be paying 7% back.
Okay, so we're not effectively losing the money, we're still being able to pay the note holder, we're just giving up the difference.
Yeah, we're giving up the interest that we've earned on that could have been used on the project
Yep.
or to pay down the debt service.
What's that time period?
So there's a number of rules here. So if you have the bond spent within 24 months, then there's no arbitrage calculation. After 3 years, they expect you to have spent, and I'm gonna look at Kingston, 75%? 85%. That's where the calculation starts being implemented, and it is calculated year over year, and then so in about 2 more years, we're gonna owe an arbitrage payment on the 2021 bonds.
Okay, so we're doing this knowingly.
Well, the intent was to spend all those bond funds when we took them out.
Okay.
So, yes.
Just wanted clarification, thank you.
Director Frisbee?
I have a higher level comment, so it's not, appreciate this. This is what always happens towards the end of the year. When we passed this budget, I think one of the comments I made at the time was that the engineering and construction division, we were not putting as much funds towards that because we were not undertaking major projects. And I expressed a general hope at that time that in the future years, I hope to see us building more. I see Michael nodding in the back. I hope to see us building more. And so big picture, I hope that we were going to be allocating more money in that direction. And I'm just, this is no fault of anyone. This is a reality of schedules and timeline and building projects. But it is my big picture hope that in the future, we are sending money over to engineering and construction because we are getting those projects out the door.
Okay. Any other comments, feedback? I do have two. Are we leaving any other openings or, I guess, critical needs on the table after we've made these allocations? You know, we've moved money from safety and security. Is there anything left that's unfunded or needs funding? I mean, is this everything?
So this will be the only budget transfer that comes before you in this fiscal year. As Sam said, we generally come once a year and seek a budget transfer because, as you know, we adopt the budget in May with our best known information at the time, and then life happens. Projects advance, some others don't advance. And what we want to do is take advantage of the underspend in one division and put it where there is a need. And we do have a need in maintenance specifically for state of good repair projects, and as Sam described, the need there. And so we're constantly looking at that to make sure that when available, we can shift those funds and take advantage of it so we can continue to move those maintenance projects forward. So there's I would say the need is like this and the funding is like this.
Okay, so we do have some things that have been left unfunded? That was my question. Is there anything that still has not been, when we only have so much that you're moving, is there anything that's still unfunded?
If I were to open up the floodgates, there would be a lot of
There
requests
is.
from my
Okay, that's what that
colleagues,
was.
of course.
Yes, okay, so there is, but these are the priority that
priorities.
has, okay, that was my first question. My other question, I guess it came from this morning's comments of moving funds from safety and security. I'm kind of quivering now to know that de-escalating and some of the training that hasn't, I don't know if there's a cost associated, but if we're taking funds away from safety and security, are we 100% certain that there is nothing that's going to be needed in that department between now and June? We did hear some enlightening information.
So finance sat down with safety and security and went through line item by line item with a fine tooth comb on all the needs within safety and security. The underspend in safety and security right now has to do with security services and just the pace in which they've been able to fill certain positions. So it's a reduction in spending kind of one time only on the personnel side. And all of the additional needs between now and June 30th, those funds are staying within the safety and security.
Okay, good. Okay, that part, that makes me happy. Okay, we're now wiping out their bucket.
No,
Okay.
we are not.
Right, okay.
And
I
President,
saw a thumbs up from Andrew back there.
And President, I just want to add on to it. So the de-escalation training that was brought up, that money comes from a different division that's put into our TSAS, where our training division is located at. So it's not out of safety and security. De-escalation comes from TSAS, and it also comes from transportation, because we have to pay the salary of the operator to be able to attend the training from that. So there's other buckets that are out there that's going to cover that training portion of it.
Are those buckets covered?
In priority order, yes.
Read between the lines, okay. Thank you. Any other questions, thoughts? And thank you, Sam, for that. Yeah, I always think safety and security, that's the brain's, my brain function. Oh, thank you, Pat. Yeah, I got that thumbs up back there. Okay, it's been moved and seconded and everything. All in favor of this, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Oh. Aye. Motion carries. Okay. We hear you, Director Flowers, getting in there.
Okay, good. Sorry for the delay there.
Okay, for our fourth resolution before the board, 250205, amending TriMet's debt management policy. General Manager, do you have any comments for this resolution? New faces.
So President Lewis and the board, I'm going to keep our Chief Financial Officer, Nancy Oliva, with me here, and we're bringing up Director of Financial Services, Kara Fitzpatrick, and Manager of Debt and Treasury, Kingston Sprague, who is here with us for the next two resolutions that we're going to talk about. The board has ultimate responsibility and authority for the issuance and management of TriMet's debt, consistent with best practices and the board's fiduciary oversight of TriMet's finances. That responsibility and authority is reflected in the TriMet's debt management policy. Pursuant to the policy, TriMet currently holds outstanding senior lien payroll tax revenue bonds, capital grant receipt revenue bonds, and a long-term lease obligation. TriMet has consistently made timely payments on all principal and interest obligations. This resolution proposes the adoption of several amendments to the existing policy. The debt policy was developed in 2011 with the most recent updates in 2019. It is timely for us to update the debt policy as we are looking at issuing debt in fiscal year 2026. So Nancy Carr and Kingston, they'll provide us with a closer look at the substantive revision to the debt policy.
Great, thank you, Sam. So TriMet's debt policy provides the framework for us issuing long-term debt. It ensures accountability and helps towards long-term sustainability. As Sam said, our policy was developed in 2011. It's endured some edits, the last of which was in 2019. The work that's gone in has involved collaboration with our financial services division or department, our budget department, and our outside bond counsel. Bond counsel has reviewed the debt policy, provided comments, most of which has to do with updating to the Internal Revenue Code changes along with best practices. And as Sam said, this is important timing for us to bring this policy before you before we go out with our next bond issuance, if approved. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to Kara and Kingston to walk you through at a high level those key edits that we've made. I know that we sent you a red line as well as a clean version, but there's a lot of edits going through that. So we really want to emphasize some of those key points. Kara?
Great, thank you, Nancy. Kara Fitzpatrick, Director of Financial Services. This first slide here is just a high-level overview of the sections that Kingston and I will be talking you through. I'm going to talk over debt management, debt limitations, and then Kingston's going to walk us through the methods and structures for issuing debt, investment and use of our debt proceeds, and then finally compliance and disclosure. Next slide, please. This is really our only slide here today to talk about the substantive changes that we're bringing before you today. So debt management, this is section 4 in the debt management policy. In this section, we are looking at making edits to the debt term so that the debt term does not exceed 35 years. And if you think about what we finance with our long-term debt, they're long-term capital assets. So this section is putting parameters around to ensure we don't finance beyond a term of 35 years. This section also includes edits to explicitly prohibit us from issuing debt with a balloon payment. A balloon payment is one-time large payment at the very end of the term of the debt. It's very difficult to predict the financial position and this financial condition at the end of the term of the debt. So we're explicitly calling out in our debt policy to prohibit entering into debt with balloon payments. And then we've added language to allow TriMet to enter into green bonds, social bonds, and sustainability bonds. What are those? A green bond would have a positive environmental aspect to them. Social bond is a positive social environment. You can think of supportive housing. And then sustainability bonds is a combination of both green and social. There are explicit and specific steps an agency needs to take in order to have their bonds labeled as such. And so we needed to include this language in the updates to the debt management policy to allow us to do that if we choose to going forward with bond issuances. The next section is debt limitations, section 6. We can think of debt limitations as really our debt affordability. How much can TriMet afford to take on debt? In this section, we're making a minor edit to say our debt service, our principal and interest on our long-term debt will not exceed 7.5% of TriMet's continuing revenue. So these are parameters put in place to ensure we can meet our ongoing operations as well as the debt service that we're entering into. And then, of course, we have more on that following this resolution. But I'll kick it over to Kingston.
Thanks, Kara. Once again, I'm Kingston Sprague, Manager of Debt and Treasury, and I'll be walking you through the remainder of the changes to the policy. The next section that we have is section 7, dealing with methods and structures to issue debt. One of the first things that we've done in this section is allow for some additional flexibility with underwriter services. In case you're not familiar, an underwriter is generally a large investment bank that originally buys TriMet's bonds and then resells those bonds to a greater pool of investors in the marketplace. There's generally 2 different ways to utilize underwriters. There's what we call a competitive underwriting and a negotiated underwriting. And without going into depth on the differences between those two, just what we've realized over the last 5 to 10 years is that there's no one-size-fits-all approach to utilizing underwriters. And the specifics as they pertain to an individual bond sale could steer more towards one approach or the other. So what we've done with the debt policy here is remove a preference for either competitive or negotiated underwriting. Our goal with any borrowing is always going to be to achieve the lowest cost of financing, and we believe that having additional flexibility with underwriter usage will allow us to achieve that. The next thing that we've done in this section is allow for a TIFIA loan. TIFIA stands for Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. It's a program sponsored by the U.S. Department of Transportation and allows for transit entities to borrow up to 1/3 of a project's total cost at interest rates that are tied to U.S. Treasuries. It's not a program that TriMet's utilized to date. It's fairly common across the United States. If you look at various transit entities in different states, you might see this on their balance sheet. But we're just allowing for flexibility to utilize that program in the future if it is something that we want to do. We've also, in the same section, allowed for private placement or direct placement loans. In layman's terms, these are really bank loans. They're often cheaper from an administrative perspective than a full-blown bond issuance, and they can be quicker to enter into. than a bond issuance. Generally, this is seen more of an avenue for short-term cash financing than long-term borrowing. So if there ever was a freeze in government spending that delayed grants for TriMet, this could be an avenue to finance on a short-term basis. It's generally, however, not seen as the most lowest cost of borrowing on a long-term debt financing. The next couple of sections that we're hoping to amend with the debt policy are sections 9 and 10, dealing with investment and use of debt proceeds. Whenever TriMet borrows bonds, generally speaking, we get a lump sum of money in the door. That could be tens to millions of dollars, or tens to hundreds of millions of dollars. We don't generally deploy that to projects immediately the next day. There's going to be a delay for the projects to move forward, and while the money is not needed for those projects, we invest those funds. This amendment to the debt policy really speaks to what we can use those interest earnings for. The first thing, and probably the most common thing that we use interest earnings made on bond proceeds for, is to recycle them back towards the projects themselves. So we're really just accumulating more money to use on capital spending. Another thing that we can do or allow for with the debt policy updates now is actually use those funds to pay down debt service. So we can actually use this to pay off periodic interest and principal payments as they come due. The last thing that we allow for, and that got brought up earlier in the meeting today, is an arbitrage rebate obligation. So you can actually use the interest earnings that created the arbitrage rebate obligation to actually pay for the rebate itself. So I'll touch more on that in section 11 in just a second, but those are the three things that we can utilize interest earnings for: capital projects, debt service, and an arbitrage rebate obligation. We also, in the same section, sections 9 and 10, talk about the types of projects that we want to spend capital bond financing on. And to that effect, we've essentially stated that a project should have an expected spend of at least $10 million in a 24-month period in order to qualify for long-term debt financing. And really, this is meant to focus our debt financing on projects that can't be paid for with ongoing revenues. Generally, projects less than $10 million are thought of as better candidates for our ongoing recurring revenues, whereas those things above $10 million are thought of as more likely candidates for bond financing. We've also, in this section, stated that a project that utilizes debt financing can't use debt financing for more than 95% of its total cost. And this is really recognizing that debt financing is a more expensive form of financing capital projects. It carries an interest component. TriMet does very well with interest rates given our ratings. However, it's still a cost. So we're spreading out the debt that we do issue over a larger pool of projects, and also discouraging an over-reliance on debt. This really is so that projects have to come up with some small portion of funding outside of debt financing to complete their project. There has to be some skin in the game, so to speak. The final section that we're hoping to update is section 11. It's a compliance and disclosure section. It's really been beefed up for arbitrage tax compliance. Arbitrage is a subject that really gets a lot of attention these days. Historically hasn't been something that most municipalities have run into. However, the rate hikes that have caused interest rates to go up so dramatically in the last 2 to 3 years have made it an issue that's kind of uncommon for municipalities to run into. But it is something that we're dealing with at TriMet, and that a lot of local governments are dealing with. So what we've done here is spell out who has responsibility for arbitrage compliance, and that is now the CFO directly. It also allows for us to utilize an arbitrage rebate service provider. This is an outside expert agency that will help us comply with the various provisions in the Internal Revenue Code. The IRS has a lot more reading than I would ever want to do as it pertains to arbitrage compliance. But these agencies have that expertise and can help us comply with the terms of the tax code. And then the last thing that this section does is state a goal for us at TriMet in terms of arbitrage. And the goal is really to minimize the arbitrage rebate obligation that we would owe to the IRS. There's a lot of planning that goes into achieving that outcome. Really, you have to be on top of capital projects. You have to be on top of your investment portfolio. And our goal is going to be to maximize the amount of investment earnings that we can actually retain and use as an agency. And with that, I believe those are the biggest substantive changes to the debt policy that we're bringing forward to for your consideration today. And we're all happy to answer any questions you have.
Let me propose the motion, and then we'll come to questions. Okay, is there a motion to approve Resolution 250205?
So moved. Second.
Okay, it has been moved and second. Does anyone have questions for the folks that are just presented to us?
You go first.
No, okay. All right, Director Frisbee.
I think we have too many mics on, so when the blue light, so one, you gotta turn your microphones off.
Sorry. Okay, I'll be fast. I thank you for providing the red line version. It was very helpful. I was surprised to realize that we did not specifically allow TIFIA loans before, and I wanted to gut check. My previous understanding had been it wasn't a program that we accessed because our bond rating allowed us to essentially pursue equivalent or better interest rates than what would be available through TIFIA. Is that still the case? Do we anticipate that that will continue to be the case? So that's my question, and then my comment is, I am glad, regardless, that we are allowing this as a tool, should we need it.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. You really have to look at the difference between bonding and taking out a TIFIA loan. As Kingston shared with you, when you issue bonds, you get a lump sum payment today. That's not spent today. It's spent over the course of months and years. With a TIFIA loan, when you take out a TIFIA loan, you only draw on those funds as you spend them, almost like a cost reimbursement. So the clock doesn't start ticking on the interest that you're paying until you draw the loan. If you don't draw down, you're not paying the interest. So I think you have a little, you've been maybe led astray a little bit. You're not necessarily going to get a better interest rate by issuing bonds, even though we do have the AAA rating. So the other piece about it is that when you issue bonds, we can have some flexibility. So if this project is going forward and they're making great progress, but this project isn't, we can take those bond funds and we can move them over here and expedite that. Or if there's another like project, we could go ahead and do that like project that wasn't specifically called out in the bond issuance. With TIFIA, when you take it out for said project, it can only be used for a said project. You have no fungibility at all. So it's not necessarily that you're going to, about the rates, it's about the situation that you're looking at and what is the best financing mechanism.
That's really helpful, thank you.
Thank you. Director Kellogg?
Thank you, and thank you for, again, as Director Frisbee said, the red line, that was particularly helpful, and your presentation helped fill in some of the gaps and covered a lot of ground. I'm all in favor of more flexibility in our debt policy. I think we're moving into some uncertain times and need that flexibility. My question is on, I think it's just the payroll bonds, no more can be issued if that amount is above 7.5% of our continuing revenues, is that correct?
Yes, when in fact, when we do the next resolution presentation, you're going to see that actual calculation. We want to walk you through that. But our continuing revenues are not just made up of our payroll taxes, it's made up of our federal formula funding, STIF funding as well, and we'll go through that with you in some detail here in a minute. So as those increase, we automatically, that 7.5%, there's more capacity within that just through the normal growth of our revenues. Okay? So if you lose a revenue, then it squeezes it down. Does that help?
Yeah, that helps perfectly. I'm a little concerned about the assumption that our revenues are going to continue to increase over time, at least in the near future. And so I wanted to ask, on that 7.5% calculation, is that only done prior to a bond issuance, or is that a number that we track on a regular basis, given continuing revenues are fluctuating?
Yep. That's a great question. We track that on a regular basis, and in fact, when we provide you the proposed budget, within the debt section itself, the last page shows you the calculation for the upcoming fiscal 26, estimated 25, and the two actuals for the two prior years to that. So we regularly report on it. We watch it, continually within budget and forecasting and financial services. So it's more than just when we issue bonds. We always have our finger on that pulse.
Yeah, Nancy, if I could just add to that, in our annual comprehensive financial report, we also include in our statistical section debt coverage ratio. So that looks like what is the principal and interest on our payroll tax revenue bonds and what are the secured resource, and then it's a ratio. And so we disclose that, and we're looking at that through the audit with respect to our payroll tax revenue bonds and also our capital grant revenue bonds as well. So that information is calculated through the audit and disclosed in our financial statements.
And Kingston, I don't want to leave you out. I saw on the red line that negotiated sales are no longer the preference, and you addressed that a little bit in your presentation. Can you help me understand when a negotiated placement is a better deal than a negotiated one?
So competitive versus negotiated
Yes.
sales. Yeah, so all else equal, I think TriMet would normally participate in competitive sales for its payroll tax bonds. It's a known credit. It's fairly commonly issued. We have a pattern of being in the marketplace. Where a negotiated sale could be beneficial is if you're refinancing existing debt. If, for example, on our 2021 bonds, we did something a little unusual that was assisted through a negotiated underwriter, wherein we actually swapped out tax-exempt bonds for taxable bonds, and it's very sensitive to interest rate fluctuations. And doing so really required a negotiated underwriter that could structure the escrow in such a way to really make it make sense for us to undertake, something that probably wouldn't be possible in a straight auction situation, that you get kind of with a competitive sale where every underwriter is just bidding on your bonds outright. That's generally good for typical situations, but when you have kind of an unusual situation, negotiated underwriting can be beneficial. And that's really where we've utilized it, is when we do kind of a large refinancing of our bonds.
Okay, and so by removing that preference, we're just giving you more flexibility to choose.
Correct, yeah. We had that preference in there for competitive, and a lot of our recent sales have been both new money and refinancing issuances combined into one, and we've ended up using negotiated underwriting. So it was a little bit inconsistent with actual practice, given we had this statement in the policy that said competitive underwriting would be our preference for payroll tax bonds. Well, we found there was good cause to actually use negotiated in a few situations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Kellogg. That was your question before that was very close to mine, and thank you for asking. With all the new compliances, who and how will we hold, who's going to monitor, how will we, what's in place to keep us in check?
Yeah, so Kingston's in place to keep me in check.
Okay.
That's, bottom line.
Okay, it's been recorded and noted. Okay, Kingston, you're the man. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. That's Director Graham.
Thank you. I had a question about the exceptions to the policy clause. Because it states that exceptions to the policy concerning the use of debt proceeds can be approved at the discretion of the CFO with knowledge of the general manager. It seems very broad. And I'm wondering if you could maybe explain a little bit more about what potentially some of those exceptions could be. I mean, it feels like a very blanket exception that wouldn't have to come back before the board or to be approved by the general manager if there was an exception to the use of debt.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's kind of might be a fail-safe for us, so that when we go out and issue bonds, we specifically list out the projects that the bonds are going to be utilized for. So if for some reason, for example, in the next resolution that we're going to talk to you about is we would issue bonds, and one of those projects is for 82nd and Tualatin Valley Highway projects for bus rapid transit. Those projects are also dependent upon receiving federal funding. If for some reason that federal funding doesn't come in the door, then we're going to come back to the table and we're going to look at, hey, we've just issued bonds, and those were for those two projects. Where else are we going to put those bonds? So collectively, finance is going to come down and say, this is the best use of those. We're going to make sure that the general manager is in play. and approving of that decision, so that we're using those bond proceeds for, the betterment of TriMet and making sure that the projects that need to go forward are going forward.
Thank you. That makes sense to me. Maybe it's just the way that this is worded, but because there is a section 10 specifically entitled use of debt proceeds, it feels like that exception clause is accepting that, but what you're really saying is that you want the flexibility to reallocate funding within an approved bond, right? If
Correct.
the project doesn't move forward. So I might just suggest looking at that language again, because it does sound like it would be an exception to the entirety of section 10, which I don't think is what you just said.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? No? Okay, seeing none. It's been moved in second. We'll move for a vote. All in favor of this motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next resolution before the board is 250206, authorizing the issuance of the payroll tax revenue bonds. Before I pass to the general manager, I'm going to step away real quick, and Tom's going to take the rein. General manager, do you have any comments on this resolution?
I do, President Lewis, members of the board. Oregon law requires board approval and a publication of notice before TriMet may issue revenue bonds, which must be issued for a public purpose. This resolution authorized TriMet to issue senior lien payroll tax revenue bonds to pay for a variety of transit projects and transit support systems and equipment. So Nancy and Kara will now provide the details.
Thank you. Great, in advance, please. Great. Before you is a high-level view of our bond issuance process. The first step is to review and update the debt management policy, which you've just approved, and we thank you for that. The second step would be the bond authorization resolution before you today. Specifically, we're seeking board approval to issue up to $150 million in senior lien payroll tax revenue bonds. This would be new money in the door, and it would be for specified capital projects. As described by Kingston earlier in our policy, it's those projects that have a value or a cost of great 10 million or greater within a 24-month period of time. In addition, we may, at the time, refund some of our existing bonds if the rates are favorable and it produces a financial benefit to TriMet. The resolution before you was written by our bond counsel. The bond counsel took into consideration all the changes in the IRS code, as well as Oregon statute. Oregon statute requires, as Sam said, for you to approve us to go out for bonds. If we go out for bonds, if you approve this resolution, we would go out in fiscal year 2026, kind of mid, either late calendar year 2025 or early calendar year 2026. Just as a reminder, the last bond issuance that went out was in 2021 for $200 million. That bond issuance was used for the Red Line, Max Extension, Powell Garage, and light rail vehicles. There's a big difference between the $200 million we issued last time and the $150 million that we're seeking this time. Our previous policy stated that when we go out for bonds, we're going to go out for the maximum possible. But what that's resulted in is that when those projects don't go forward as anticipated, then we end up in a position where we're going to pay arbitrage. And our policy that we just adopted said we're going to take into consideration the risk of arbitrage, of ending up having to pay arbitrage. So we are focusing on the dollar amount that can be spent within a 24-month period of time. Net advance. This bond issuance would be used for 6 projects. One would be our Type 2 light rail vehicle replacements for buses, regardless whether it's electric or hydrogen. And of course, if you have those electric or hydrogen vehicles, we need some different infrastructure in place as well. There is some proceeds for the Columbia bus base movement, and then we have 2 bus rapid transit projects, 82nd Street, 82nd Avenue, and then Tualatin Valley Highway. That would be included in this particular bond issuance. I'd like to turn it over now to Kara to talk to us about the debt limitation and what that looks like.
Thanks, Nancy. Thanks, Nancy. So as we just looked at our debt management policy in section 6 of our debt management policy, we're debt limitation. So this is our debt affordability. The next 3 slides that we're going to go through are looking at that calculation of the 7.5%. So in order to look at that, we have to kind of look at our fiscal year total revenues. These are our 2024 revenues as audited by our external auditors. So 910 million in total revenues. And in order to do this calculation, we're going to break down our revenues between continuing revenues and one-time only. Our one-time only and restricted revenues makes up 131 million or 14%. Those would be narrow specific capital grants for a specific project and time. And then everything else is really our continuing revenues. So 779 million or about 86% was our continuing revenues for fiscal year 2024. Let's go to the next slide, please. So if we take a closer look at that 779 million in continuing revenues, this is how it breaks down for fiscal year 2024. The bulk is in our payroll tax revenue funds. We call that our bread and butter in finance. That's our main revenue source. So 511 million or 66% of our total revenues, total continuing revenues was our payroll tax revenue bonds. That's followed by our federal formula funds, making up 16% or 123 million. This is our 5307, 5337 preventative maintenance, state of good repair funds. And then next would be our passenger revenues, 59 million in 24, about 8%. And then state operating grants, interest income miscellaneous, and advertising and other revenues make up the rest of our total continuing revenues. This is important because this is the denominator in our calculation for the debt limitation. So next we're going to look at how our debt limitation breaks down. This is really the calculation. So as we just saw in our debt policy, the limitation is 7.5%. of our total continuing revenues. So for fiscal year 2024, our debt service, so our principal and interest that we're going to pay, we paid last year was 44 million. Our debt ratio comes out to 5.6%, taking our debt service divided by our continuing revenues. And then the debt limit per our policy is 7.5%. So this is demonstrating we are absolutely within compliant with our policy. And as we look for fiscal year 2025 and where we expect to end up, we're going to be at a debt ratio, we believe, at 5.2%, still well under our debt ratio per policy of 7.5%. Now, if we look to fiscal year 2026, we're issuing debt. We've only issued debt, so half of the fiscal year will include interest on this new debt. That's the 4 million you see on this calculation for fiscal year 2026. So our debt ratio increases to 6%, but still well below our debt limit. And then fiscal year 2027 would have a full year of principal and interest under this new bond issue. And so our debt limit has increased to 6.3%, but still well below our overall debt policy of 7.5%. So this is just demonstrating our ability to be conscientious of our debt limit. Looking ahead, this is a ratio we look at in connection with our budget annually. And I'll turn it back over to Nancy for some other comments.
This calculation is important for you to focus in on because I want to address what Director Kellogg was saying earlier in our forecast of revenues. So as we look at, again, the bulk is our employer payroll tax, and we've remained very steady in the employer payroll tax. But as we all know, the federal funding seems to be on pause, and we don't quite know what's happening with it. So part of the reason also why we kept the debt issuance at $150 million is if for some reason we don't get our federal formula funding or there's a delay in it and our continuing revenues drop for the year, we're still going to be within compliance of our debt policy ratio. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, before we take questions, let me make the motion. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 250206?
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and second. We'll now take questions, comments for this motion. Okay, we'll go with Director Kellogg and then Director Thomas and pretty much. Okay, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, team. Nancy, could you tell us one more time for our benefit about the timing of things, including the 60-day wait period, please?
Yes, so whenever.
After, assuming this is passed and
Sure.
before issuance.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Should you approve the resolution today, we are required to wait 60 days at a minimum before we would issue bonds. That 60 days gives the public to provide comment or reach out to us, ask for clarification. But as far as the actual timing, we do not plan to go out to the market until the latter part of calendar year 2025. So still about 6-7 months out before we're even going to consider. One of the factors that we're looking at is what are the rates? What's going on in the market right now? What are the rates? Another factor that we look at is what's the competition? Who else is issuing bonds right now? So all of that is worked out with our underwriters. So we anticipate going out somewhere October to maybe March 2026, sometime in that time frame. But it also assumes that we're going to get favorable rates. We like to issue bonds at a premium. We do not like to issue them at a discount.
Thank you, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Director Kellogg?
Thank you. If we can go back to the slide with the assumptions about what's going to happen in the next couple of fiscal years.
Yes.
If I've done my math correctly, which is certainly an open question, it looks like we're looking at a 9% increase in combined revenues from fiscal year 24 to 25, and I was wondering if you could speak to that. I think a lot of us up here are aware of this Eco Northwest report that came in about the doom loop and all these other things, and so I'm wondering where does 9% come from?
Yeah, sure. Part of the 9% comes from just the natural increase in our employer payroll tax. So as you know, our last formal increase in that occurred on January 1 of 2025. But just through growth in wages and jobs in the market, then is where our assumption for the employer payroll tax. And so the board knows that we actually work with Eco Northwest on a regular basis. They do a forecast for us, which is implemented into our forecast. And we do that several times a year, so we work quite closely with them. Our projection for the increase in STIF revenue, it matches the employer payroll tax because it's based off the same, the same base. And we receive projections from the Oregon Department of Transportation. So our analysis of the revenues coming in the door are based on history, what we know, what we're experiencing, as well as external partners that are doing their own analysis. And, we go back and forth, what do you know that we don't know? And we put our forecasts together. We work on our forecasts actually, in a sense, every single day. We're in the forecast. We go back and forecast our employer payroll taxes when we hear Intel is laying off, or Nike's laying off, or, hey, somebody's done a reduction in force. This business closed. First thing we do is we go and we look at that calculation. How much have they paid us in the past? And then we do an analysis to determine how much are we impacted by that.
Yes. And Nancy, I'll just add to that, the 25 also includes STIF carryover funds from 24, as well as an improved interest rate environment. So our interest income is up slightly from 24 revenues to 25.
Okay. And then it's my understanding that the legislative budget forecast, there's going to be a big one, I think in March, where there's going to be some clarity and some analysis. So, given the uncertainty there, the uncertainty at the federal level, just uncertainty in general, it's my understanding that we have to approve this 60 days prior to you actually going out to the market.
A minimum.
And you're not planning to go out to the market for another 6 months or so. So if there was to be a motion to table this just to kind of wait and see how the cookie crumbles, would that sort of defeat any of the efforts that you're making today?
I can maybe add one piece to this. The motion, or the resolution that it will go before you today, it contains a provision allowing TriMet to reimburse itself. It's called an intent to reimburse. It's a provision of the Internal Revenue Code that allows for TriMet to accumulate costs before issuing bonds and then reimburse itself. Until the resolution is adopted, we can't begin the accumulation of costs towards a future bond sale. So that's one factor to consider.
Another reason why we brought it forward to you today is that next month, or in the next board meeting, you're going to receive the proposed budget. Included in the proposed budget is the option to issue the bonds. An authorization to issue starts the 60-day clock. Part of the reason also for waiting is to see what's happening in the market, what is going on at the federal level, are revenues coming in as anticipated. We didn't want to just say within 60 days we're going out for those bonds immediately. In addition, we're looking at the timing of the projects that needs those funds. What is their cash flow? So we've lined that up with the timing as well.
Okay. Thank you for that last question. I read every word of this, so forgive me, but in the resolution, the fifth recital, it notes that we are, by approving this, we're also giving consent to any additional revenue bonds TriMet may determine to refund this bond?
Yeah, so if the rates are favorable, think of it just like a refinancing of a house, right? You took it out at 8%, now the rates are 3%. So if we are able to refund a portion of our 2021 bonds so that it results in a financial benefit to TriMet, we would look to do that.
Yeah, and that makes great sense. My only, and it's not a concern, but just, I didn't notice that statement anywhere in the memorandum. I had to dig it out of the resolution, and so I just ask, going forward, I don't know if it's customary to include that in these types of resolutions, but it caught me off guard a little bit, so I just wanted to bring that up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments? Oh, Director Frisbee?
Follow up from my esteemed colleague. I will say I was surprised at the 9% revenue increase, and particularly I've been looking at a lot of public sector budgets lately and didn't see that same increase reflected in a lot of revenue assumptions, including other payroll assumptions. So I have a little bit of anxiety. You guys are professionals, and I don't want to second guess, but I think I have some anxiety about, in this moment of uber uncertainty, right? Uncertainty at the federal level, uncertainty at the state level around what does a transportation package look like? What does their revenue look like? And I think uncertainty about the economic outlook, how those pieces impact Portland's recovery and the Portland metropolitan region's recovery. I guess I don't want to be like, are you really sure? But my question is, to Director Kellogg's point, is there a way that we can maybe have a resolution allowing the accumulation of costs to begin and pause while we get a little more feedback around the economic outlook and make sure maybe that there's more alignment amongst public sector entities or a little more comfort? Is that a possibility?
We can certainly pause the approval of the resolution. I'm not sure that you can just approve part of it and then not, if you approve the resolution, that starts the clock and when we can start accumulating cost.
Can't we amend it, though? We can amend a resolution today.
We could, but before we go there, if it's okay, I'd like Michael to talk a little bit about how we forecast those revenues to either give you comfort or expand your discomfort, I guess is what I would say. That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, so what you're really focused on, I believe, is the difference between actual 24 and estimated 25. So we're just talking about a year-over-year difference. The largest part part of the revenues that Kara showed in her slides is payroll taxes. So in 2024, payroll taxes was 511 million. In estimated 2025, we're expecting that to be about 520 million. Not a big difference in there, but it's still the bulk of what those revenues are. The other growth areas that we have, and maybe slightly optimistic, is on the passenger revenue side. We are showing some pretty significant growth on that in our continuing revenues, but we also have a good amount of growth in our stiff revenues. Those are revenues that we have, like they're in our wallet today. It's just about the eligible expenses that we need to draw down upon. So those figures are a bit, if you look even further to 2026, those stiff revenues are really growing because we have those revenues in our wallet. We're gonna draw those down. Previous board meetings, you've seen some presentations on how we're kind of shifting that more to be an operating base and less focus on capital. So that shift with those stiff revenues are really helping us being able to bolster and sustain these continuing revenues, which is giving you more bonding capacity to bond for. But again, I would really try to push your focus as much as you can to the payroll taxes as the base. As you can see, that 66% on there. The one that's at risk is, as you all know, is the federal piece, right? We, from the forecasting standpoint, are staying status quo with those formula funds. We expect those to continue to keep coming. There are agencies in every state that rely upon those federal formula funds. So status quo for that, for us. That's the presumption in here with these. And to Nancy's note earlier, you know, our capacity to go out for bonds is probably up into the 230, 240 range in millions. Not 150, but we're gonna restrict it to the 150 to just look at that next 24 months and to watch how everything shakes out.
Another piece that I would add is that, as you know, we have some legislation that's being considered right now that addresses the rate of the State Transportation Improvement Fund, the employee payroll tax. Should that pass, that has not been included in our forecast.
I would expect that to be the case. Yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question around, because I agree with the assumption on federal formula funds, but just to be clear, we're not assuming, in times past, sometimes we've made assumptions around federal grant funding, and I would guess that we're not doing that now. Is that right?
Could you clarify the question?
Yeah.
Sorry, are there any assumptions about federal grant funding, not formula funding, built into this forecast?
No,
Great.
this is only formula funding, not discretionary grants.
I think that formula assumption is safe, I hope. We all really hope, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Turn on the mic. Other comments? I did have, well, just on some of what my colleagues have said, we're using our payroll tax as the security for the bond, am I correct? It is?
Well, technically, all of our continuing revenues can be considered funds that would go towards the payment of debt, but it is backed by our employer payroll
It's
taxes.
our tax, okay. So I know we've talked that what our projections are, but is there a plan if it does not, we do not bring in the additional payroll tax?
Yeah, if we don't bring in, or if we, for some reason, we don't get the federal formula funding, let's just say it all drops out and we're not gonna get any more, we would pause and we would go back and first, you know, the bonding would be put on hold. Our focus would be a whole lot of other things because the federal formula funding, as you can see, you know, 123 million, that would cause some significant changes throughout TriMet that would have to be addressed immediately. One of the other things I would just throw out is that when COVID hit, we purposed, every executive director here, we all worked together to reduce our spending. And we've taken those funds that reduce spending, and we've put them out in the latter years so that as a fiscal cliff comes, we have money to stay that for a good period of time. And we're still mindful of that, and we still continue to do that. So if the federal formula funds were to not come in, that would be a whole different conversation, and we would not be going out for bonds at that time. We would have to reevaluate and look at a whole number of factors, and that just would not be the priority at that time. There would be a number of things that we would have to decide what's going forward and what will no longer go forward.
Thank you, because we haven't, I think I'm feeling the nervousness up here. We haven't heard the scenario of not having those funds and all the things that are on the table. And so, just echoing my colleagues, it's kind of racking to not know, and we have more. We have had our estimates reliable in 2030, and that did not, we had to shift. So I guess, yeah, okay. Director Graham.
Thank you. Thinking a little about some of the questions of my colleagues a little bit differently, for the specific capital projects identified, are any of those also getting funded by federal grants?
Yes.
Because, I mean, it's possible then that those projects wouldn't move ahead even if this bond
That would be correct. And we've actually had that conversation internally. So if for some reason the federal funds don't come in for 82nd Street or TV Highway, then the project team would have to adjust and rescope that project, and it would be better for them to say what that rescoping would be. So when you look at both of those projects, you have federal funding, so they're $300 million projects each. Federal funding is half of that, plus we have some local partnerships out there. The total amount over the next 5 years that we would bond for those two projects totals about $105 million. That assumes a lot. It assumes our local partners come to the table, and it assumes the federal funding comes in the door. But that's for the full-blown bus rapid transit project. If you lose those funds, can there still be a project? Yeah, there can still be improvements made. Specifically what those are, you would really have to hear from the project teams on what those projects would be. But the full deal, the full mill deal on those would have to be reevaluated until another source of funding was identified and captured.
That makes sense. I mean, if we just look at the 82nd as an example, it seems to me that TriMet is bearing a lot of the risk.
Agreed.
Because the first in money that's from the general fund is from TriMet. And it's a lot compared to what the partners are putting in for the project development phase of the project. And then subsequent funding from the partners is federal. So I just wonder about that risk analysis too, and how much of the risk for these projects is TriMet bearing versus the other partners bearing, especially in this moment of uncertainty.
So I'm going to ask Jamie to come up and talk with us. I don't want to speak for her, and she's really got her finger on the pulse here, so Jamie.
So if I got that question right, you're asking about other funding besides just the federal funding, about what happens if that doesn't follow through?
Yeah, I'm looking at kind of the risk allocation between TriMet and the other partners on these projects, when it looks like TriMet is kind of, at least for the example in the packet, one of the first in with general funds, and the subsequent funding is through the partners is federal.
Yeah, we are working really closely with our partners and working with FTA and trying to navigate the federal landscape of the future funding from our federal partners. And we are currently working through kind of that risk analysis and looking at every piece of the funding plan and what happens if that doesn't follow through. What are the risks? What are the consequences? What's the mitigation? And so the direction that we've gotten from our federal partners is that we should be moving forward, but always move forward cautiously. So we are proceeding down the road of how can we secure these funds? How can we secure them as quickly as possible? And how do we mitigate the challenges about ones that are not secured at the time? So it's a work in progress. We are developing, the team has gotten together and done lots of brainstorming about what could we deliver if we just stayed with local funding? What could we deliver if we didn't get the local funding from our partners? And so we are currently gathering that information. We'll be bringing it to our leadership team to navigate how do we follow through with those mitigation plans.
if the federal funds should not come through for those projects, we would be diverting the bond funds to more towards the light rail vehicles, as well as the bus purchases and Columbia Bus Base.
Director Kim?
Thank you. And thank you, Director Graham. Appreciate all those questions. A few thoughts. One is that I think, TriMet, we almost always, put so much skin in the game, which by nature, and that's just how it is, and we get to move the needle that way. We get to be an active changing agent in our region. So when it comes to sort of us putting in the general fund and taking, being the most risk-taking entity, to a project, I think the outcome of that is that when the project is done and all well, we get to take credit for that, and we get to be continue to be a leader in that area. I personally, I have peace in terms of voting yay on this particular resolution, because I see this as us putting the best foot forward without exerting so much energy into hashing out the what ifs. And in part, the reason is because in case of significant changes to the federal formula fund or payroll tax, we first of all have excellent staff, and then but with executive team and the board, we would be solely focusing on, in similar fashion as the COVID era, we'd be solely focusing on making sure that we make necessary changes to the agency. So, but then what this does, we allow the ball to go on, and that so that we can, in the next at least 60 days, likely more, we get to see the landscape and allow the staff to make the decision. And I'm confident that in case something significant again happens to the federal formula fund or payroll tax, we would be in close communication with the SAM and everyone else, and also with the local leaders as well. So that's some of the reasons why I personally have peace with proceeding with this resolution today. And also that allows, again, us to start incurring cost. I mean, that sort of sounds bad, but that allows us to get the ball rolling, to start looking, and in case there stars are aligned, then we can pull the trigger. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim. Any other comments from the board? Director Kellogg?
Thank you. And Director Kim, I appreciate your comments. I think you've done a great job here building some flexibility in. But I want to go back to this intent to reimburse. Are there expenses that are programmed for the next day if this thing's approved, or what are we looking at in terms of the sum of the next month? What would we spend? And if we don't approve this for the intent to reimburse, are there funds to pay for that otherwise?
Yes, there is funds to pay for that otherwise. It's just out of our general fund that we, dollars right now. The ability to reimburse ourselves means that we can take the bond funds, reimburse ourselves, and then take those funds that we've got right now and use them, say, towards maintenance or other needs of the organization.
Sure, but is there a projected number?
I don't have it off the top. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but Jamie could give me a projection of the spend in the next couple months for TV Highway and 82nd. The light rail vehicles are, kind of on order. They're being manufactured. Do you want to? So the question is,
expected expenses for reimbursement.
Expected amount for projects that we could reimburse ourselves, that we'd be incurring in the next couple months on TV Highway and or 82nd Street.
I'll start with TV Highway because that's the easiest. Right now, we are going through the locally preferred adoption process for TV Highway, and we are working with our partners to identify funding to get into project development for TV Highway, which we are hoping would happen sometime this summer. So the amount of effort and time and expenses for TV Highway between now and, say, August is staff time just working on IGAs, work plans, securing funding. So fairly minimal. For 82nd Avenue, we are in project development, so under the Capital Investment Grant Program for the Small Starts Program for FTA, we are in project development and we have allocated $30 million to get us from the where we were at 10% design all the way through 100% design. And we are anticipating doing that in wrapping up in 26. Calling a friend. 26, 27, starting construction in March of 2027. So it's $30 million to get us through that phase of the project. And then starting in March of 2027, we would be looking to go into construction.
But Jamie, between right now and say October,
October,
what is the anticipated cost that you would be incurring? Can you just pull that off the top of your head?
I'm going to have to phone another friend. Michael, you want to come up?
Nancy, you have a lot of friends.
Hi, I'm Michael Kaiser with Capital Projects. So between now and October, we're probably anticipating $8 million. We do have other funding sources to cover that, including some of the funds that City of Portland has contributed to project development and Metro as well. So.
Okay, so again, I like the flexibility. I'm just not hearing a ton of urgency that we need to start with this reimbursement. So in my mind, and I'm not going to make a motion at this time as I see there's other comments, but I think the pragmatic move here is maybe to table this for a month so that we can kind of digest what's going on, maybe have a little bit more clarity. But I'll leave it at that. We've got other comments.
Okay, thank you, Director Kellogg. Director Frisbee?
Well, there we go. We're good. Okay. I think what you're hearing us all wrestle with, just to take a step back, is a deep desire to trust you and not get in your way, and a conflicted feeling as the fiduciary board of like, how do we make sure we are being really prudent? And so I don't want anyone to feel like we're mucking around in your space. I think we're just all struggling, and all of us are experiencing this moment of uncertainty in our own ways, in our professional lives and personal lives. And so I think that's just what you're seeing here. I just wanted to kind of call that out. I also, to Director Graham's questions around 82nd, just for the reality of, or for the sake of being really clear, we all know this. It is an absolute worst-case scenario that we have paid the costs of federalizing the project, which we all made a decision was worth it in order for the federal match to come through, to then lose the federal match. So I think it's worth being really explicit, because for the public and for the hundreds of thousands of folks who care about this project, that is truly a worst-case scenario. It is one that I really hope is an impossible scenario. But we have made a decision as an agency to often pursue those federal matches because we think they are worth it, to some extent, frankly, sometimes because it's our only option. And that is the real harsh moment. I am still struggling. I absolutely respect the accumulation of costs and, would love to ensure that we could have that move forward. And I think in a totally ideal world, would feel a little more confident revisiting this after the March forecast from the state. I know that's my own desperate grasp of control and data in a moment when I feel out of control. I'm acknowledging that, but yeah.
There is a motion pending on the table. It's been moved by Director Kim and seconded by Director Way.
Director Way?
Thank you. Yes, I think just kind of taking all of the different feedback, and I know that in F&A, your team, Nancy, you and your team with Kara, have really thought about so many different solutions, right? I know you've been looking at this from all different angles of what we can do in terms of our levers of the bonding, of the debt. And so I know that you guys have done a really, really sort of comprehensive look at, you know, all of the different possible solutions. And I guess my question to you is, if we were to postpone this to March, for example, to look at the March economic outlook, is there anything that is going to change, or is it going to be like, we're coming back with sort of the same information, but maybe just an update on the data? I'm just trying to understand just like the timing of all of this, and, you know, and just to be, you know, upfront of like, is there going to be a significant change from here to next month if we push this off?
Director Way, that's a great question, and believe me, I wish I had a crystal ball.
Right.
So,
Yeah,
I don't
so
have
many
concerns with the board wanting to table this. You'll have to let me know when you would like to see, if you want us to wait a couple months, 3 months, 4 months, that's fine. What I will do, though, for kind of being proactive, is that we will include the potential for a bond issuance in the proposed budget, with clarifying language within the budget that we will be seeking the authorization from the board during the fiscal year. And I think if we just, you know, make the narrative that way, make it clear, okay, so that when you, assuming that once we propose, you approve that it's the understanding that it has not yet received board authorization, and we will come back to you during fiscal year 2026 to seek that authorization. So.
Okay.
We could also do a intent to reimburse on a standalone basis. We can bring that before you, before then.
So you have a motion pending right now to approve the resolution before you.
Or oppose, okay.
You need to vote on that,
Yes, and then.
and then take it from there.
Okay. It has been moved and second, and we will move to a vote. All,
Quick inquiry.
oh, okay, we got,
If I were to make a motion to table, that supersedes what's on.
Yes, you
in
could
front
do
of us
that.
now.
Yes.
So, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, just to take the temperature. I'd like to move to at least table this back to our next board meeting, just so we can get some more clarity.
okay, so I can write on that.
If there's a second.
You need a second.
Okay, is there a second?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Sorry. Does that give y'all enough time to incorporate the state forecast, just given the schedule of the board meeting?
I don't know when the forecast is exactly coming out compared to what our board meeting is. So what I'd say is tabling it. Why don't we just agree that we would table this for a couple months?
Okay.
And we can, we
give
can
them
just
some air.
move this down. Like I said, we'll still come forward next month with a proposed budget that would include the possibility of a bond issuance
It'll be
during
in the
fiscal year
numbers.
2026.
Clarifying question.
Okay, Director Way?
Clarifying question on that. So if we do table that, again, looking at, these important projects, right, that are already underway, is that going to jeopardize any of the financing, any of that, if we do table this for the next couple of months?
So again, we need 60 days at a minimum, once the board has approved it. And any of the project costs that would be paid for with those bond funds, those projects will have to be put on pause until we get those bond funds, or if we have another source of funding that we can pay for those costs, we would go ahead that way and then reimburse ourselves.
Okay.
So I would be in favor of Director Kellogg's forthcoming motion, with the thought that in 2 months' time, we'll have, especially in the month of March, we'll have some update to Congress and from state side, which will give each of the board members more comfort on making a decision one way or the other. And so just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Okay, I have just a quick question for Nancy. In 2 months, with all the unknowns, will that give you a little bit more what's happening so that you can have a lot more certainty in the numbers and where we're going? I mean, I put aside where we are, but for you and your team,
I certainly hope so.
Okay, I mean, one way or the other,
One way or
you
another,
will.
we're
I
going to
mean,
know more information in 60 days.
Yes.
Definitely.
I think definitely one way or the other, because things are rapidly changing day by day on the federal level, and the state has its thing. And then we have our other agencies that are still looking for funds in their budget. So I think it can only better where we are in the long run in our financial, and your team, which has done an excellent job in bringing forward what you had to work with. Hopefully this will kind of let some air out of the balloon a little bit. I'm not deflated. I mean, we're a long way from that, but it will let a little air out so that you can breathe with almost 100%, confidence in where we're, okay, because we trust you and your team and all your calls of friends, yes. Okay.
I just have an inquiry. So the content of my motion was to push off 1 month. It seems like we need to go a little further. Can I now amend that motion?
Yeah, we haven't gotten a second yet, so yes, you can do whatever you want.
Okay, so that one dies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will move now to have this addressed at, I think if I'm calculating correctly, our May board meeting? April board meeting. So yes, that's my motion, to have it tabled until.
Second.
Okay, we got seconds, okay. I need a little guidance here from council.
Yes, so Director Kellogg has made the motion. Director
To
Kim has
table
seconded it.
this-
To table
this
resolution
resolution.
250206 till April 2025 board meeting.
Okay,
That's the motion on the table. There's been a first and a second, and now you'll vote on that.
okay, and that's with what you had asked about in the budget. It will be the wording, so forth. Okay. We have a motion and it's been second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, excellent.
Can I just say one word on that real quick? I'd like to explore, if we can, at the next board meeting, this motion of intent to reimburse, if we can do that separately from the bond authorization. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent work, and thank you to the board. A lot of hard work, gut-wrenching and thoughts, and making sure that we are fiscally responsible for the work that we're doing, and greatly appreciated for your patience. Okay, where am I? The last resolution before the board is Resolution 250207, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Portland for the 82nd Avenue Transit Project. General Manager, do you have words for us?
I do, President Lewis, members of the board. The 82nd Avenue Transit Project will bring faster, higher-capacity bus service to the 82nd Avenue corridor with a line similar to FX2 division. Once completed in 2029, the new 82nd Avenue Frequent Express line will serve riders across a 10-mile stretch between Clackamas Town Center and the Cully neighborhood in northeast Portland. We have been working alongside our regional partners, Metro, ODOT, Clackamas County, and the City of Portland on the initial phase of the project, which includes identifying the mode, alignment, general station locations along the corridor. These elements make up locally preferred alternative, or LPA, which you'll hear more about in your briefing today. We have reached another critical step with this project to move into project development phase of FTA's Capital Investment Grants Program to develop the project through 100% design. And that's the $30 million that we've been talking about. So to ensure the successful design of portions of the project that fall within the city of Portland. This resolution will authorize an IGA with the city to allow TriMet to reimburse the city for necessary staff work. The approximate cost is about $4.5 million. The city's involvement and review of drawings are essential because it is the roadway authority and permitting agency for projects, segments within Portland. So your approval of the resolution is recommended.
Thank you, General Manager. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 250207?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
it's been moved and second. Does anyone wish to comment, add feedback before we vote? Director Way and then Director Frisbee.
Thank you so much. I just want to, again, appreciate the project team for just getting this sort of critical IGA in place with our partners. I was at the open house, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, just decided to just pop in and see how we were, just engaging with community on the locally preferred alternative. And it was a full house. I mean, I was like, this is amazing. And there were folks in different languages that were providing translation. And just so many different community partners were there as well. And so so I'm elated to see this early development of planning happening. And I know that there's just so many who are going to be able to benefit from this new rapid bus system. So appreciate the work.
Thank you, Director Frisbee.
Just never want to miss a chance to cheerlead 82nd. So yay, so excited that this is moving forward. And bigger picture in this moment, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the City of Portland's contribution. They are in a significant budget crisis. This might not feel like a lot, but it is, I think, representative of how much they care about this project and their role as a partner, and I want to highlight that. And I also want to highlight, although it's not in this IGA, the commitment from the Portland Clean Energy Fund, which will make this possible. And I think, from my perspective, we know one of the most important ways that we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions is by getting people out of their cars and onto transit or walking or biking. And we know that one of the most important ways to improve people's economic mobility and quality of life, especially particularly our lower income households, is to reduce their transportation costs and make transit an accessible, affordable option for them. This is such a win-win in terms of PSEF's goals and the reason they exist. And I am really hopeful that this is the first of many collaborations with PSEF. So I just really want to highlight that. Team that ran the project, the community meeting, if you ran out of cookies, that is 100% my child's fault, and I am sorry. I literally found them in his pockets when we got home, so yeah.
Okay, thank you. You heard from our cheering squad here. Yay, yay. Any other board comments? Okay, at this time, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, JT over there. Any opposed? Okay, this motion carries. All right. I have an announcement, and then we will take a break. We'll adjourn our meeting, and then we will take a break. I think there's food? Yep, and then we will come back for the briefings. That concludes our resolutions for today, and I have one announcement to make, that is that I will be kicking off, well, I think kicking off, I saw that one, kicking off, starting, or getting ready, readying the process of the general manager's review process earlier this year. Last year, it kind of happened when our president passed, and I kind of ended up with that gavel, and it was really quick. Some of you recall that I took over those duties from former President Gonzalez in the summer. And in my opinion, it could have benefited by more time and more board involvement on the front end. Accordingly, within the next month or so, I'm going to form a committee consisting of 3 board members to help prepare the general manager's evaluation going forward for '25 for his performance evaluation. The committee will consist of, and it's part of with Kim Sewell, TriMet's Executive Director for Labor Relations and Human Resources. And we will start this in the spring, and it says here August, but I'd like to have it finished by July. August, we don't even meet. It's like, no August. The committee will include, and I just put you in here, Thomas Kim, the vice president, and we're looking for one other board member. Let me see a show of hands. Come on, team. Go team, go team. Oh. JT, you've been, no, you're not here. Pick on the one that's not here. To help, who will serve on the committee and can at least commit a few meetings in the coming month. Remember, Thomas and I, quick, to the point, get it done. We don't dawdle. If you are interested in serving, let me know by March. Okay, I don't hear anybody jumping up there. I will corral you later. That concludes our formal business meeting for today. Our next regular meeting will be Wednesday, March 26th, here in the boardroom. At this time, the board business meeting is adjourned. We will take a short break and then come back for our 2 briefings. Thank you, and thank you for being present at our board meeting.
Thank you.
Well done.
you have our full attention.
Thank you very much. Hello, President Lewis and board members. My name is Jesse Stemler, Project Manager for the 82nd Avenue Transit Project. Today, I'm providing a briefing on the LPA, or the Locally Preferred Alternative. And next month is kind of the real deal. That's where we'll come to the board and ask for an endorsement. I'll talk more about the LPA in a moment, but today I want to give you the background, necessary information, hear any questions you may have so we can come back and be prepared next month in anticipation of that endorsement. But before I launch in and give a little bit of background and details around the LPA, I just want to share how exciting this is for this project. We are at a huge milestone in reaching a locally preferred alternative, and really it marks an important milestone and a transition point for a major transit project like this. So next slide, please. No news to this group, I know, but 82nd Avenue is our highest ridership line in the region. The community absolutely depends on TriMet, on us, to deliver reliable transit. Our general manager earlier today had mentioned additional service during the weekends. This is a line that's used 7 days a week to get to really important destinations, not only within the corridor, but throughout the region. It crosses 20 bus lines. It has connections to our blue, green, and red lines, just an incredibly important corridor and transit line for our region. Next slide, please. So just a reminder of where we are in the project. We, for the last 2 years, have been in the planning phase for the project with our partners at Metro leading that effort. On January 16th, the steering committee for the project voted to approve the locally preferred alternative, which again marks that important transition to now TriMet being in the lead for the project. We will, from here, take the project through design and through construction, with design being complete in 2027, construction taking place from 2027 to 2029, and opening service of June of 2029. Next slide, please. So LPA, so the locally preferred alternative is really regional consensus on a project like this. It's how we get to consensus on what a transit project, a major investment like this, looks in our community. Specifically, what it does is it really locks in the mode, in this case, BRT or FX service, the alignment, and general station locations. As a reminder, the 82nd Avenue Transit Project is slated at one end, start at the Clackamas Town Center, an important transit and regional hub, continuing to the Cully neighborhood, Cully Boulevard, and Killingsworth to the north. Next slide, please. And so as part of this alignment, also a reminder of what those investments bring to the community. It comes in the way of 68 station platform investments. These, if you're familiar with FX2 on Division, it's those station environments that provide consistent level of weather protection, providing seating, real-time information, lighting, accessibility to those station environments as well. We know safety is a huge issue on 82nd Avenue and within the 82nd Avenue corridor. So every single one of those stations having that consistency is really important, and something we continue to hear from the community is very important to them as well. Every station will be paired with a safe crossing. We're looking at making those sidewalk and curb ramp improvements as well in those immediate vicinities of those stations. If you're familiar with 82nd, you also know that the state of sidewalks and accessibility is not awesome. And so we are working with our partners at the city. They are doing a lot of that work, and we're really targeting our investments at those station areas to really complement the safety work that they're already doing on the corridor. In addition, we're looking at roadway improvements, repaving at station areas, all of this with the aim of providing faster, more reliable, and higher capacity bus service. Next slide, please. So wanted to share, we talked a little bit about costs previously in previous presentations. The important, I think, in this slide is really the emphasis on the cost categories. We are very early in design still, right? And so we know these numbers are going to shift and change. But they really represent the major buckets for a project like this. So 97 million in early design was representative of construction. What does that mean? Well, construction are those elements that we see out there that improve the bus, that improve the station. It's investments in the stations. It's putting transit signal priority within the corridor, that ability of our buses to talk to signals. Really, really important investments that move the bus faster through the corridor. Also worth noting at this early phase of design, you'll see a large bucket here that is around contingency, parentheses, unknowns. As you would imagine, as we get further into design, that contingency shrinks. We get more certain around what the project looks like, and we can identify those unknowns and mitigate for them. Lastly, before I move off this slide, I just want to emphasize that the cost for this project is really reflective of the funding, right? So if we look at the next slide here, this is a draft funding plan, but it's really representative of the budget. And so we are in the process of scoping 30% design. We've done a lot of great work with our partners to understand priorities, understand what are those things that we need to do to really prioritize all of the things that I just mentioned. The tan section at the top of the slide represents that project development funds, those 30 million investment that we had talked about that takes us from early design all the way through 100% with contributions from our partners at Metro, City of Portland. The aqua color below are those contributions that we're currently anticipating for that construction phase of the project, with that contributions again from City of Portland, from Metro, and that match from FTA as part of the federal capital investment grant program. Currently looking around a $346 million budget. Also, it was mentioned earlier today, two really important grants and wins, the local PSEF grant, which is approximately $50 million, making a really significant impact on what we can do with the project. And then we have the Low-No grant, which is a grant for hydrogen electric buses to be used on the project. Next slide, please. So in terms of the journey of the LPA, if you sit on other committees, you know that the LPA is being shopped around through all the committees regionally with getting endorsements over the next 3 to 4 months. That process is intended to wrap in May, with Metro ultimately recommending the LPA and that it being endorsed in June, July by the Metro Council. It is anticipated then that ultimately the LPA will be adopted into the regional transit plan in winter of 2025. So that's the high-level schedule, the timeline of LPA on its journey over the next 6 or so months. So with that, that concludes the briefing around the LPA. Again, what we're hoping to do today is when we come back, and we'll have our partners here with us as well, City, Portland, Metro, just want to understand any information you would like to have as we ask you for that endorsement, help answer any questions you may have today. Thank you.
It's kind of early in the planning, but I know that when we did Division Street, we had Oh, lots of testimony, and I got a lot of letters of the disruption of just day-to-day with riders, walkers, bikers on construction. Will there be, and I'm sure that's JC's area, will there be videos, announcements, public stuff, plans for, you know, the disruption that it will be? 'Cause I know that was fresh on, and there's still a little residual. I've been in meetings and we go, remember Rivers Division, and I couldn't. But, you know, it does have a longer reach than Division Street. So just curious, it's very soon, but hopefully there's a little bit more, we learned some things from Division Street that we can incorporate with taking care of the neighbors who live there and access to their businesses and
Yeah,
et cetera, et cetera.
my answer is D, all the above.
Okay.
And it truly is. We have a comprehensive outreach program that we have led by Jennifer Kuzer, who's the head of our community affairs. And we have people who are assigned to line segments, what we call line segments, but they're jurisdictional areas. And our folks have met with everyone along the corridor so that they understand the project, the potential impacts. And so we've already started working with them, even as we are designing the stations, the overall project. So we have been working with them for quite some time. So they're very used to us, they know us. And so therefore, as we get closer to construction and we start laying out the plans and how it affects people, we'll work even closer with them to help mitigate the impacts. And that's why also, even with the contractor that we bring on, we'll be working with not only the contractor, but then also these individual property owners, again, to mitigate the impact to their overall business or entity. So, yep. Well, and we've learned a lot over the years of constructing these big projects of ours. Every time we learn something new and we go over it, it's all those lessons learned, right? We can do this better next time. And so, absolutely.
We're also very, oh, I'm sorry.
A lot of businesses that will be impacted along
Yes.
82nd, much more. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, we're very sensitive to the fact that there's construction going on there now, and fatigue is a real thing. And so we want to be hyper sensitive and understand what those needs are as we move further into the project and as we bring a contractor aboard, really try to lessen that impact and be sensitive to those needs.
No, just go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, question. I know with these projects and all these different parties that everybody is really focused on accessibility across all of the partners that you mentioned. And I just wondered, is there a role for CAT to play or the combination of all the accessibility groups that are already convened by all those different partners as the project develops?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, we have already started that coordination. For Division Transit Project, I was the design manager and the station lead, and the CAT committee was a huge part of how we approach those designs, and we all recognize there's places to make improvements there. So we've gone out proactively with CAT committee to understand what are those things we can change, what can we improve on. And we very much see their partnership being essential as we move into deeper into design and we start to get into those design details. So they'll absolutely be an important part of our design phase.
I have a question. Oh.
Sure. Sure. So going back in the time machine during the Division Transit project, it was the first time we had ever done a BRT project. We were trying to figure out what that looked like. And so the station designs were very much part of trying to figure it out. And so we actually, because of different concerns and the amount of different users that we know would use these stations in really complex urban environments, we said, well, let's just build it. We were putting plans up on the wall and putting tape on the ground, and we just finally got to a place that we said, let's just build a mock-up station. Let's just build a full-scale mock-up including not only station elements, but utility poles. We got big cylinders of, that represented utility poles, so we could understand what sight lines would be. And we invited CAT, we invited the Bicycle Advisory Committee, the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, along with our own operators and partners throughout the agency to come and look at it together and do some simulated testing. And that was a really huge part of understanding what these station environments needed to do. And so we want to build on that work. It was a strong foundation, but we know we can further improve upon it.
I love that, and also maybe thinking about how to build on it for the portions of the city may be more focused on in their funding, as you mentioned.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Quick question, this is for Aaron. Would it be beneficial in your CAT meetings to have updates from, I don't want to add to your schedule, but sending or written, or would that be beneficial to CAT?
I think so, because I think people would be really interested and want to help. So
And
at the
what's
appropriate
updates?
times, that would be great.
Good, that would be, I think, really good for the CAT. That way, there's some synergy between TriMet and its own CAT team, and which a lot of the players are there, but then that just helps disseminate the information that they're hearing coming from TriMet, which is a lot more reliable and accurate.
I'm so sorry, I have to.
Thank you.
Did you have any other quick questions?
I didn't, no, thank you. Following up, not to, your life right now is presentations, and it's going to be for the next 3 months, and I'm sorry. But I do think TIAC got a briefing on 82nd maybe a year ago, but I think would love an update maybe as the LPA is coming to Metro Council, so I'm happy to work with you, and I'm sure John's happy to work with you to make that happen. The other request I have, which is a little bit of a push for TriMet, and you can tell me that this is not the time, but I do want there to be a time, is I would love, either as part of this or later, an update on the land use changes that the various jurisdictions are undertaking as part of the project. And that could be here's what we're hoping to do. Right now, I would assume they're like, here's what we're thinking about. That could be, here's what's in the works if it's in 6 months or 9 months. But there's really different land uses along this corridor. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of folks playing in this space, and would love to know how we're making sure we're capitalizing on this investment.
We've spoken with them about that.
Yeah.
So if we have time in the agenda next month.
Okay.
That might be an opportunity.
I would love that.
Yeah, we were just at Planning Commission yesterday. It is a whirlwind of presentations, you're right, so what did we do when? And land use was a big topic there as well, and so I think we could come prepared.
Probably not at our next board meeting because it's packed already.
Okay.
But probably a briefing or right after we get past budget.
Okay.
But certainly.
Yeah, I watched part of the recording of the planning commission, and, yeah, not shockingly, land use came up a lot.
Thank you for bringing that up. Did you grab that for?
Good.
Looking very excited, woohoo, yay.
We're excited as well. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't turn on my, well, yeah, I think everybody heard me. Okay. Oh, I apologize to our online folks.
All right, thank you. Alan Leto, Senior Director of Planning, and I heard the brief and quick part of that, so I'll try to not take too much time. Business plan. Annual plan that has a 5-year look ahead. We're on a regular cycle here, and the beginning of the calendar year means that we're actually heading into the back half of the fiscal year, which means we need to get ready for the next fiscal year. And the business plan is always slightly ahead of the budget cycle. And that's the intention. That's why we're here either in January or, as with this year, in February. So I just want to share the kind of big, broad picture here, hit a couple of highlights, step through it. It is, you of course got a copy of the draft last week. It will be posted either later this afternoon or tomorrow for public review. We'll have public review until Friday, March 14th, which gives me just enough time to incorporate any edits and get that into the final to bring back to the March board meeting. It could be. A couple of things I'll just note. Every year we've done the business plan since I think it was FY17 when we started. I always produced a large print version as well, specifically for the Committee for on Accessible Transportation. This year I just figured let everybody have an easier read and made the main one, everything is in 14 point or larger so that it's easier for everybody to read and there doesn't have to be a second version. That does mean that anybody who prints it out would want to do it on legal paper, not on regular paper. So just you see the smiling faces on the front of the cover here. This is one of the meetings that we've had of TriMet employees getting together to understand our efforts and how we coordinate and move forward. This is the executive team and a lot of directors and managers all wearing t-shirts that say connecting people for a better life, which we were excited about and continue to be. So let me just page through on the second page. There's an introduction from Sam, and I just want to highlight we are talking about the second sentence. Our focus is to provide an excellent customer experience that connects people for a better life. And then the third page is the vision, mission, values, and outcomes. And this is something that you all talked about at the board retreat, which I missed because I was on vacation, but I did go back and listen to it. So I appreciate everybody's comments. And we did make some adjustments here. In the vision, TriMet will be an innovative leader in delivering safe, convenient, and sustainable mobility options for our region to be recognized as one of the world's most livable places. So we've got that innovative piece that Director Flowers talked about while preserving some of the core of what we had before. In the mission, connect people with valued mobility options that are safe, convenient, reliable, accessible, and welcoming for all. And you'll see the reliable there and in the access outcome as Director Kellogg called out for reliability. And then the values of safety, inclusivity, equity, community, and teamwork, and those have remained the same. And then the outcomes, as we talked about, as you were able to talk about at the retreat, access, public transit provides safe, convenient, and reliable options for people to live, learn, work, and play. Equity, that public transit is accessible and welcoming to all, and environment, that public transit improves the environment. And you will see, as I think was talked about before, more measures around that and kind of the key measures around those. You will also see later in this document that that doesn't mean we're not measuring anything else. There are lots of other elements that we will continue to track in the business plan, in the monthly performance report and operations report that you all get, and in our public facing website, et cetera. I will note one typo here. We had last year's dates in the footer, so that has already been fixed in the version that will get posted. And then moving forward to page 7, which is the history of TriMet, and I won't belabor this, but there's some great things that TriMet has done. We're very proud of that, and yet it's been long enough that not everybody remembers that. So we go through some of the things of, in the early 70s, the downtown was really struggling, and coordinating and focusing transit on 5th and 6th Avenues helped downtown stop being just a bunch of surface parking lots and is now the much more vibrant place with lots of activity that you see now. The low floor light rail vehicles that we were the first to introduce, the open trip planner, on later pages in 2015, the Tillicum Crossing that we built along with the Orange Line, the honored citizen reduced fare that we introduced in 2018, in 2021, the renewable electricity and renewable diesel. And then on the next page, 22, in 22, FX2 division, and of course, just in 24, the red line. So lots of things to build on, lots of things that we are proud of, and lots of things that we have learned from, and hopefully will continue to advance beyond that. The next couple of pages, I won't read through details, but our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges, and these are things that we review each year to understand where are we and what do we need to think about in terms of the actions that we take to either capitalize on strengths and opportunities or to help avoid or mitigate weaknesses and challenges. And then there's a section on page 12, if you could move forward to that, on serving the community with this plan. So this talks about a lot of the engagement work that we do, the very large numbers of people who are involved in our Riders Club, who receive information from us and interact with us on social media, all of the information that we are able to get out there and engagement we're able to be involved in. On the next page, mentioning, as we've talked about here, the CAT committee and TIAC as an important part of how we understand how we're serving our communities. And then on page 15, the beginning of the measures, targets, and performance section, just to note that while COVID-19 as a disease has become something very different and much less impactful than it used to be, but the changes in travel patterns and travel demand that got accelerated during that period continue. So this is a different world in terms of travel demand and transit demand than we were in pre-pandemic, and all of our service planning is doing the best we can to stay up with that and keep up to date with the latest information. The next 3 pages, if we go to page 16, has a number of measures, and again, I won't belabor the details. You can look through them, but I'm happy to say that a number of them, just about all of the measures actually for FY25, are in the positive range in the sense that we are meeting or bettering our targets. Including things like the very first one, the customer complaints about personal safety and security. We have more presence on board. We have done a lot of things that you have heard about in terms of safety and security to make that experience much better. And it's starting to show itself in how people actually experience it, because it's not just the reality, it's the perception. They both have to be true for this to really work. And we're seeing trends in the right direction on that. We have a number of measures on access. The one that is in yellow, the all transit access for employment, that is actually partially a methodology. It is not an actual drop. One of the key examples is the way we analyzed it last year. Intel Ronler Acres, which has over 10,000 employees, did have transit access. The way we analyzed it this year, it didn't. So there are some key, very large employers on very large pieces of property that we will get a better sense of next year as we start to see the trend from a better access. We are also specific to that location working with them to see if we can get buses on their property. And then just on page 17 at the top, the favorable or very favorable rating back into the 73% range, which you heard about, I think, at the last meeting or perhaps the previous one. So that's great to see as well. And then skipping ahead to page 20, this is the beginning of the section on actions. We have 5 categories that I'll just mention. For each category, we have a section that talks about results and progress, and then a section that talks about actions. Again, I won't belabor the details, but just to highlight a few things, we really blasted right through our goal of hiring 300 new operators, and I believe we're actually over 400 total for the year, which is great. And we're now actually at the point where we're catching up and not missing trips because of not having enough operators in position. We're making strides with service workers and mechanics, and doing things like making sure that the experience of our riders is a great clean one. So this, 5th bullet point about the clean team, in the first 6 months of FY25, they removed about as much graffiti as they did in the entire previous year. So we're making headway on that. Little, fun fact is Max stations were pressure washed more than 2,000 times during calendar year 2024, and there are only about 100 of them, so that's a lot of cleanings. On the next page, a couple of other things just to highlight, CCTV cameras going into particular locations so that we have a better view, and the other thing to emphasize, the Security Operations Center, which is now in operation and on duty 24 hours, 7 days a week, the ability to have that the eyes and understanding of what's going on out there. And then, of course, the Type 6 light rail vehicles are now starting to serve the public, and that is great to see and experience. The section here then has a number of actions. Again, I won't go through the details. There are a bunch of things about service, about understanding what's going on in terms of operations, about cleaning, about supporting information for our customers, all of these things with the idea that we are moving forward on making that experience better and attracting more customers and retaining our existing and even pulling back some of the ones that perhaps left us for a while and hopefully come back with us. It includes continuing to hire, train, and retain operators and service workers as needed, and completing the TVM replacement, all of these kinds of things to improve the customer experience. On page 25, the infrastructure section, again, a number of things we could talk about, but the red line opening, the 24 battery electric buses going in place, going in service, the Hollywood Transit Center making significant improvements or progress toward the project, and then the 82nd Avenue Transit project, as you just heard, moving towards LPA. On the next page then is the end of the section on progress, which includes the second bullet there. We've introduced those buses that run at night to provide max service after midnight, and those are doing well. We now have a much wider overnight service window, and talking with the maintenance away team, they have really been able to step up inspection, and they can do inspections and construction at the same time in one night. Do you know of any feedback from riders on that? We have not gotten much, which usually is a good thing. A couple of very detailed questions about specific schedule, and we're actually doing some tweaks coming up. There was some real concern ahead of the change, and it doesn't seem to have panned out.
Good.
Ellen, I want to jump. We did have a couple from the sheriff department where people were catching the overnight buses to get to and from work, and they were very excited about that and happy about the service being out there. Yep.
And we'll continue to keep our eyes on that and look for additional opportunities without cutting in too far into the night where the ridership really is much higher and we might not be able to carry them on a bus. The infrastructure actions include the first one about transit state of good repair and other infrastructure projects, the down towards the bottom, number 4 and 5, 82nd Avenue Transit Project and the TV Highway Transit Project. On the next page, number 6, enhanced transit bus priority, which we continue to focus on to make sure that even just a regular bus line gets a faster trip and gets through the congested areas as quickly as possible. And then on the page 28, continuing and completing the commissioning and service for our Type 6 light rail vehicles and getting those all in place. On page 27, the internal business practices section, this is about sort of how we're organizing ourselves. A number of different efforts in here. I'll just call out the APTA Innovation Award for providing grocery delivery to our Lyft customers who don't want to have to go themselves, and this not only gives them the opportunity to do that, but also saves money overall for other needs. And then a number of actions there as well. And then page 31, the people section. A few things to highlight. The very first one, TriMet was listed by Forbes as the top Oregon-based employer and in the top 5 best employers, which we're very happy to see. A couple of other things we've done for our TriMet employees. We had the rodeo, which was a great success earlier this year. And also coming up in just a few weeks, the Transit Driver Appreciation Day on March 18th. And then page 32 is the beginning of the actions where we're doing things to continue and increase retention of operators, continuing recruiting activities where needed. On the next page, delivering these updated training programs as we've kind of reformulated training to be more proactive and more flexible to the needs. And then the final section, starting on page 34, financial, where we working on under the guidelines of the strategic financial plan, working on the capital improvement plan, on pace near the bottom to have a record of over 15,000 enrollments in Honored Citizen. And I believe we actually did that. I originally drafted that section before the end of the year, and I'm just confirming before I changed the wording there. And able to have, like I said, more presence on board and at stations at stops to have that positive effect on customer experience. Then on page 35, a number of actions, including managing the financial resources, as we were saying, to deal with uncertainties going forward, and the capital improvement plan. And then just a note on page 36, kind of looking ahead as we always think about think 5 years out plus, focusing on attracting riders and earning the trust of new riders to increase our ridership, and focusing on that rider experience so that we can provide safety, cleanliness, reliability, clear and easy to access information. And that's it for the business plan. As I said, this will be posted this afternoon or later or tomorrow. We'll have a public comment period through the 14th. There are messages going out to the CAT committee and TIAC to be able to review. And of course, anybody else who wants to, both internally and externally, I do some additional in-reach to our employees as well, who may be too busy to notice a board meeting or an external notice. And then we'll bring back what hopefully will be the final in the March board meeting. And that's it. Thank you.
Awesome job, as always, on the business plan. It's a very organic and livable document that we use daily. And it was good to see how the board retreat impacted some of the changes. Yes, that was good. Thank you. Okay. Concludes our briefing, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question.
Thanks, y'all. Bye.
I was like,
I think he confused when we authorized the stipend program.
Yeah.
For.
Okay.
And I think in that conversation, there was some discussion of whether or not board members are included.
Right, because we're not.
And we said no.
No.
And they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think,
But hey,
yeah, 'cause
1,500 a day, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I was like,
that was contradictory to
Oh,
what
the whole,
he said.
yeah, no.
I thought,
if someone wanted to write me a check, but I.
yeah, but I thought,
for
I
today's
got,
work.
because I gotta ask Thomas, when
Yeah,
did we
no,
vote to
we
give
did
us
it.
$50?
I think he
Okay.
was conflating, and
Oh,
perhaps
okay.
inaccurately
The
remembering.
committees that
Okay, yeah, because I kept thinking,
Yeah, I was like.
we tabled, because I was